Excuse me, guys. Okay, Waki Yakutachi. Welcome in, you guys. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Tomato. Hey, Hakuro. Hey, Kuyashi. Welcome, you guys. Hi, hi, hi. Looks like all my internet problems are finally situated and fixed. I am now able to do streams, and they're steady. I have no idea what was happening last night, guys. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what was happening. So, yeah. I don't know what was happening. I believe everything was just freaking going haywire or something, or my internet was getting throttled. I don't know. But, do you know what time it is for? It is time to play some Limbu Company and to raise a good Jia Xichun. I've heard this is a pretty good one, so I'm looking forward to it. Okay, guys, so first and foremost, so you planning on doing the entire thing today? Do I hear a little sore throat? I don't think so. I mean, I was talking a lot yesterday at the card show. Very fun by the way. Oh my god, I just converted all my encapsulation modules again. I am planning to do the entire thing today. So we hope. So, first things first. Oh, I did pick up Little Sister. All right. I heard it is a long one though. Enter 8.5-4. Did you have fun at the card show? Yes. Yes. Is this probably too long to do in one sitting, guys? I heard it's pretty long, so I'm not sure. The hall ranged from as fast as 3 to 7. Holy frick! The hall was chill with a tense air, and those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was Jia Xichun, with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. And at the center of it all sit Jia Xichun, unsure of what to say next. Well, everyone. Jia Xichun, seated next to the hierarch's seat, upon which Xichun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of houses, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and... She nods slightly, acknowledging her awkward presence. And little Xichun's guess. Whose say here at H Corp seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's up with acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that our H Corp? Regardless of everything, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous. Especially with Jia Xichun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. As we are all aware, Venerable Jia Mu has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of great import, the momentousness of which steer the very course of H Corp's prospects. Even after I departed the family for Q Corp, Venerable former Jia Mu has always written missives to confer such matters with me. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the Venerable Jia Mu's will, I will be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H Corp. What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of the scene or something. Your grace certainly befits that station, Lady Yuanshun. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hongyuan despite your already saturated schedule. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Yuanshun. My parents, a true shame that you couldn't be here, have always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Yuanshun. Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only obsequious instead of arrogant, as the heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Hongyuan. Their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the family hierarch war. Very well, then shall we? Welcome, Jia Xichun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hongyuan's family hierarch. Greetings, I am. Now, let us begin. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H-Corp. Jia Xichun's expression immediately sours as Yuanshan unceremoniously cuts off her self-introduction. First on the agenda for the assembly are urgent discussions of the passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long, distributive contribution rights, auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy. Hold on, big sister Yuanshan. Passing the distributive contribution rights auctioning policy would allow for the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction, and quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Jia Xichun stutters a little, flustered before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H-Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies are pretty much drawn in favor of lining the pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H-Corp. If I may, Venerable Hierarch, lining the pockets, that is an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect society must repay to the highest contributing members, don't you think? Oh, before we continue, Xichun, I'm not entirely certain if you're aware, but ever since your ascension to the new family hierarch, the perceived value of Hongyuan has been racing to be, for lack of a better word, a rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hongyuan's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall and restore prosperity and greatness to Hongyuan once again. Yeah, okay. That's the family hierarch's job. Why are you... If you had perused H-Corp's Articles of Ascension, you'd know that H-Corp, be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and board of directors carry the de facto power in the assembly, and the board of directors, that's us, has deemed that we are now in a state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarch was legitimate, down to the final approval. His unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we have built up assiduously through years upon years of toil. If not a state... So what is this, if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt new hierarch's qualities when the client has coincided coincided precisely with her ascension. Jia Xichun was somehow turning the room against Xichun without presenting a shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly tanking H-Corp's value. God, you can't imagine how much I want to use the gun sword thing on Lei Hang to blow Yuan Shan's head off right now. She's just mad that her takeover didn't work. Also, hi, cool Uncle Sip. No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any of the families present, stepped up to point out Jia Xichun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hong Yuan's front yard. Or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of chaos within Daguanyan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension, despite her relative inexperience, but... Everyone in Hong Yuan's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. So, you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility, Xichun? Very well. Then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years quarterly net revenue for the Hong Yuan singularity-related business, your calculations on next year's fiscal depth and forecasts, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. That's, The Venerable Hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You all must be aware of the chaos that follows the ascension. We're still indexing all available materials to... Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hong Yuan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hong Yuan's historical statistics. Jia Yuan-chun must have known all along, too. She is such a little witch. She must have known how the previous family hierarchs were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Xiaohuang worm or something of that equivalent. And she's using it to target Xichun's weakness, knowingly asking questions she, the first family hierarch, without the anima worm, couldn't possibly answer. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of hierarch, Jammu, are matched only by the great power bestowed upon by it. How are we to leave matters of the wing to someone who is evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hand may be forced to call to vote a motion of no confidence. Motion of no confidence? A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. So, they're going after Xichun's power. So this is the picture Jia Yuan-chun wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through her first meeting with a total near unanimous support from the H-Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're going on about, they haven't got a single ounce of respect for the last or us. Never trust twats so really obsessed with their numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see you useful. You're not the only ones hecked off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? We don't need any more to make our frustrations any more obvious, you know. My butt would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this lass. In In H Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family's hierarch powers will removed. It is possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh, so threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted way to... The Assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against the family hierarch, Jia Xichun, to the floor? Oh, hold on. The vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. The Shi family has no objections. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. Shui family too. The rest of the previous family heads have seemed to change precisely nothing. Those in power wore more youthful faces, but their tongues still carry the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Jia Yuan-chan's good graces. New faces, same old. Needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. 'Tis far too vexing to simply watch and do naught. Right? I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking over Xichun like she's not even here. Forsooth, you cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. This time, I want to be courageous. With your help, Don Quixote. Come on. Let's do this. Okay? Very well. I'm in agreement. Yeah. Then let's, on the count of 3, at the same time. If there are no objections. 1, 2. The Assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month and 3. Here, I objection. Bloody heck, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment. Alone. Eh? Don Quixote, still firmly in her seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast involved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become. Such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Certainly, mine efforts have finally borne fruit. What the heck? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff rub off on you or something? Man, skincare about to crash out about now. Dude, I can't believe Don Quixote just did that to Sinclair. She just did Sinclair dirty. No, wait, no. What happened there, Don Quixote? We were going to... What happened to objecting together? Oh? I had taken this suggestion to mean that we were to voice our dissatisfaction through the channels borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze and Temperament of LCC. Disputes and succession of power on such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash outstanding. Wouldst thou agree? Are you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy meek boy? Oh, well, that's... I guess I just assumed that this is how LIMBUS Company rules now. There seems to have been some unexpected outbursts from Jia Xichun's guest. Withdraw your objection, and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter it as an official statement. Oh, shoot! Coffee grounds for start. I love that. I still love that name. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you for making 5 people part of the Walkie Squad. I greatly appreciate it. And those who have joined, I hope you guys enjoy your stay here as part of the Walkie Squad. It is a great time, and you'll have fun with your emotes and everything like that. You'll always have a place here in my anime. How you doing, Coffee? Did you enjoy this event so far? It was, goat indeed. Making so many new people part of our wacky squad. Ah, thank you again. Thank you. I enjoyed it greatly. I'm actually, so far, I love how Don Quixote technically fooled Sinclair. Fine, I'll gift myself. Dude, I never thought Don Quixote of all people would essentially prank Sinclair this hard. Mod got membership system rigged. Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities. So please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Xichun demonstrate her aptitude and responsibilities of the family hierarch? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't. And how could anyone? How could anyone when we all had clear view of her path to ascension? During the family hierarch evaluation, Jia Xichun donated the coins he received from Jia Xichun to you. Essentially, you pity partied your way all the way to victory. Pity partied? And for our session, Jia Xichun and the outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there ever been even been a single victory attained by your own hands in the entire process? Ah. The hottest man. He's coming, guys. The hottest man is here. Ah. But have we not all been witness to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarch evaluation and her ascension? You have no shame, snaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Jia Yuanshan's merciless dismantling of Jia Xichun. Yet I see— oh no! It's not the hottest man! It's Digong! Yet I see the point. The hierarch, with her grace, needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak or proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? A non-statement coming from a fellow outsider who's been chatting for minutes on end. Forgive me. I could only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak on this forum was open to all outsiders. You said it yourself now, that the vote of no confidence resolution will proceed in a month. Seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch more difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very fair. Very well, a fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of the family hierarchs, Heisho packs, and the Jialian guards. So, you would remove her Pao and Ju before the game even begins? Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts, if such is the case? Huh. What audacity. Do you truly have that much faith in Jia Xichun's ability? You must know the consequences of failing these matches. No? It would be unanimous, one-sided end to vote of no confidence, and naturally, any and all rights of appertaining to the family hierarch shall be transferred to the board of directors. That is fine by us. You are free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. Ooh! How about you? Hey, remember how you recently learned the word defenestrate? You know it would be better crazy Kangchu sliding his 5-ming staff on Yanchan's shoulder. Just delete her head like that. Could you imagine though? Oh my god. Okay, maybe we don't call it a 5-ming staff on her shoulder. Maybe we should call it like a bow staff or something. Hey Strat, how are you? I'm doing good. We're just doing limbo. Welcome to the membership club. But in the midst of confusion, flabbergasted silence with the other sinners, a clear, carefree yet defiant voice rings out. Anglu's retort. That's not true at all, big sister Yuanchuan. We actually have just as much confidence in Xichun as she does. His wide eyes stared directly and unblinking into Jia Yuanchun's. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child. How dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. You have but 1 month to prove before all the audience that she is, indeed, fit to be the hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those that the traitors are facing. Wouldn't you agree? Well then, we will excuse ourselves now. Oh, wait, I'm... Digung turns around towards us with that same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of family hierarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning for a proper master for 10 months might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one's master might take. Not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Daguanyan's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but part of your family powers as the family hierarch to the board of directors? It seems that the fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Jia Xichun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Digung gestured confidently toward the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. Digung exactly knows how to turn the tables on anything. Well, she is beautiful, and she is Kachu's, what's it called? Kachu's, student. So, Kachu, or technically, Kongchu. You know what would be better? Damian's 7-ming air breeze. You mean the thing that blew off Cromer's head? We were planning to train Jia Xichun anyway, but it seems that now we are on an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said the LCP was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the heck out of me at the assembly? Haha, of course not, Xichun. Big sister Yan Chan's an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be family hierarch. But, Xichun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do, but now, things are different. I always get free membies feels bad, man. Well, Strat, what you should do is you should now gift a membership yourself. Pay it forward. I'm kidding. That's right, Strat. Do it. Pay all your money. Guys, for legal reasons, this is a joke. This is a joke. For legal reasons, this is a joke. Things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right. I pretty much lucked into this position. Hi, thank you, Tomato. Thank you for sending a membership, for gifting a membership. I greatly appreciate it. Every bit helps and goes towards the Lean Cuisine Fund. Guys, for legal reasons, that was a joke. This is a joke too. We're just doing a bit, I promise. This is a joke. This is a joke. For legal reasons, this is a joke. This is just a prank. You don't have to pay any money. You don't ever have to pay any money. Money is not required. Tips are never required, always appreciated. Please remember this. You never ever have to give any money. Thank you. Xichun, don't tell me that woman's heck actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be just good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of the family hierarch might be too much. My self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observations from our previous interaction. The heck, Xichun? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend to not know who we were. Don't ya? Didn't ya? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? That actually got under her skin back then, huh? So, Xichun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, big sister Yuanshan's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments on her influence were true? Yeah, it's true. Why am I worried about membership? I just found this channel randomly. Yes, don't be affected by my mod's subliminal messaging. Time flies, already 15. Wait till we reach 20. If we reach 20, we don't know. We don't know. Especially with how I'm having to change my stream schedule so much. Big sister Yuanshan used to accompany Jiamu to these assemblies. If we just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch scope of power. And who knows, they might even call for a reevaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, big sister Yuanshun, I think her definition of Hung Yuan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H-Corp's prosperity. It's Da Guanyon's. And I know that this all has something to do with its ties to Q-Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while under my radar. I'm sure they've had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Hung Yuan's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her? Just found this channel, but congrats on 15K. Thank you, thank you. One of us. Shh, stop. Don't pressure the new person. Guys, we have someone new here. Let's be respectful, please. My vision for Hung Yuan is, I want to change H-Corp to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this, and in only 30 days... Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great, great. So it's decided then. We just need Fao to deliver the bad news to Saudi. So, to summarize, the responsibility of training Xichun to win these matches, I mean these Empress tests upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Jia Yuanshan's control, by the way, and is probably a trap within the next 30 days, is ours. And we have to explain that to Saudi. Wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Postmortem reports have become quite rote. Sometime later, prithee, thou must impress upon the illustrious red glaze that 'twasn't a mind of mine this time. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote, who made her desperate plea towards Saudi. Yes, I understand. That as well, for the 8th time. As always, Saudi was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening. Great, let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in an ear whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's give it our best. I totally agree. We messed up everything again, and... What? What? LIMBUS Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Jia Xichun acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarch. It was always part of our plan. Well, sure, I'm glad that I took Faust's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incidents reports back during the J-Corp incident, had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he left Jilil and I to look over the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not but putty in Yuanchun's hands. And that Snake 2 de facto assumed the seat of family hierarch and gets such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon. The most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head-on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you need to prolong your company's stay in Daguanyan? This is also a prime opportunity for Jia Xichun to further solidify her influence here. Depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence, they have played right into our hands by accepting the seal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we are not, because you will not fail, not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said we were all going to teach Jia Xichun? All 12 of us? I won't object to selecting a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. By the by, we have already established internal hierarchy based on the sum of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Audas, that is a statement mired in narrow division, rife with factual refractions. I am sure the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So you must be the one who placed last in that scale. Just don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted. My lord has said that from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits. The flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As such, excuse me. As such, as long as the student is willing to learn, anyone, anything can be a teacher. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from those who we come across. Just what in heavens are you doing? I am preparing a lesson plan for young Xichun, our family hierarch. Wow, you sure got on that fast. What are these yummy wormy things over here? 'Tis a star, twinkling, twinkling, twinkle, twinkling in its radiance. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. This lessons plan execution will require cooperation from T-Corp. I got money from the all the copper wiring. Hydrate and stretch check. Okay, okay. Don't mind Ricardo during my Mirror Dungeon Infinite Hard Mode run. You run Doom through rocks. Dikang was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Well, wait, is that supposed to be Zikang's grimace? Of course, to each their own. I suppose I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your face in us, Jigang. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand this couldn't be easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. I love that. Yeah, I guess. Me with my Heisho pack on the way to show Ahab hung loose. Skill 3, 10k damage assist attack. I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans as per Jigong's request. Oh. Holy frick. Dude. Oh. Holy frick. Yo. Why didn't anyone tell us that Zilu was such a hottie patati Jesus? Oh my god. She is on fire. Oh my god. This is why Leihung wanted the honey bunny. Dude, Leihung wanted to create a superior race with this one. Just kidding, just kidding. For legal reasons, this is a joke. In Minecraft, in Minecraft. Hold on. Shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager decided to spare their precious time to teach the class. Huh? Yeah, I handed in my lesson plan too. That is because... so who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned and looked at one of the sisters. It's gonna be Heathcliff. It's gonna be Heathcliff. It ain't me. Oh, please. At least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly... It's me. You? Think you've been acting out of character ever since recently. Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, in Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers... Oh, I'm done. Sorry. I got too into making the lesson plan and just couldn't stop myself from writing. Phew. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed that big bundle of sweat-soaked papers into Jilu's hands. And she receives it with mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite a momentous effort into drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 Analytical Approaches to the Aesthetics. AAA. What does AAA mean, and how do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. F, you went too far. Oh, right. Sorry. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper has partially melted. Lady, watch yourself. You almost got some on my arm. Painting. Dilu? Entrails coating the world. Now you know how aesthetics appreciate the artistry of slaughter. I love the face they gave her. Just, what the heck did you print in that paper? Hey, get it together. Dilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on that page must have given her quite the shock. My mind wandered for a moment. Your VA skills going great. You voiced them nicely. Thank you. This is quite dangerous to be used as a lesson. Thus, it goes into the discard pile. Weak sauce. Dilu crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long-sleeved fashion and practices. Chapter 3. Projecting confidence of and why having a bug is totally cool. That's it's, how to be proud of who you are. Philosophy and stuff. I wanted this lesson to be a paradigm shift, to see where we all come from, to see our flaws are not failings but evidence of our individuality, which will usher in a world where we can carry on with our lives, no matter the kind of arm we have. Discard. Next. Dilu quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to denigrative linguistics. Subheading, the power of words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for applications as well. The lesson teaches methods and pertaining to disguising compliments into criticisms and vice versa. All of this seems rather difficult to learn. I have concluded from my hitherto observations that Jia Xichun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee that this cadet will have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Don't forget to do pluggies. Sure. What do I think of Zilu? You should take a look back when she first came on stream. Trust me, it is worth it. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler or best family hierarch out of me? Zilu seemed quite interested, but Jia Xichun's vehement veto eventually outruled the suggestion. On Justice, another impressive title. Subheading, Methodologies of Captivating an Entire Room of Preoccupied Audience. Discard. Fie on thee! Wherefore? Next. Praxis of ego, splitting concerning inter-mirror conflict between the self-reflection and paradoxically theory of idealism in which one attempts opening a door to open the door. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Miss Ryoshu's advice to truncate the lesson title would have been taken in earnest. Survival and exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study: 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug. Well, the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should be moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed down 3 culprits. Ah, wait, I forgot to take that part out. And into the shredder it went. When did that paper shredder get here? The art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or 2 in your mouth. Especially useful when getting lectured. Hey, if you get good enough at that, you can use that with nuts too. Aha. So you were the one who was making the crunching noises in our last meeting. What? Nah, do you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers, how to let it flow through you. And how to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. Most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Dagwanyan's people who hated him. I see. This... I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week. Until the next command is received. This lesson plan was designed based on Rhodian's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in a family hierarch. This is one that is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack, sawed off and grab your weapons. Yep, always gotta read the full print. Ha, my philosophy that reason don't need necessarily be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of family hierarch's qualities, but our focus is not developing a hierarch of a syndicate. Next. Informed disparity as a driver of inequitable treatment. Oh, that's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution and rational self-interest. Gesellschaft-driven societies. Is it still going? That was 1/5 the full title. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed, indeed. After she had gone through the majority of our lesson plans. Finally. Now that that's over. Yes, it is finally my turn. Phew. Sinclair sighed with the gravitas of someone who's been bestowed with the most important mission in his life. Thinking back, even back in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So I guess you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given this opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory on self-overcoming. We have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but always be striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. But, hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their unique potential sleeping deep inside. So, with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how not to doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on, you had me for a second. What's up there with like you're acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Ah, of course I've prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, he's bad. Yeah, too bad. He's so into it. He's not even listening to what Jia Xichun's saying. Following that, your company's... It seems Zilu has completed her review. Oh, I see. How's everything going, everyone? Class prep go well? My curriculum most is special. Okay, so that's a no. That was Sadi's impression upon taking a quick I just imagine in my head Don Quixote is kneeling down, freaking going through the scraps of her paper, of her like shredded papers, and Saudi's just walking in, like as she just sees Don Quixote kneeling in the ground crying. Oh my god, freaking gold. It is a gold imagery. Well, it wasn't a complete bust after all. At least Sinclair's lesson plan has survived. Miss Yigang, Miss Saudi, I've prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Yigang and Saudi weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Yigang especially was looking away with an unmistakably expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Jilu? I not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So, this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest efforts. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Xichun's teachers. Or should I call you pupil Sinclair to be exact? This has got to be some kind of mistake, right? Isn't Xichun the pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? This isn't right. Guys. This isn't right. Ah, now this looks like a proper classroom. It would have felt pretty dang empty with Xichun sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, I met Sing's the resident expert on how to go to schools. Schools was a luxury for me, you know. Yeah, maybe. But that doesn't mean I wanted to go back to school. Sinclair thrown under the bus by Pinky Man. You should be grateful. I don't dole out my teachings to anyone. Don't forget, we have to redo this whole lesson plan under their supervision. Aldous, you always got your soapbox and tried to lecturing me after every single battle anyway. And Ishmael, you always get hyperfixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours, at least, and... I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Poor Sinclair, he wanted to be a teacher and he got stuck as a student. Hold on, Yisung, I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during checkup when I said we got this? We were going to get this together. The evaluation of pain, twisted picture on the true scale of strength. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Congratulations, my lady. You found yourself a deskmate. Which some might call a bestie, depending on desk placement. Deskmate? Bestie? What the heck does any of that mean? Huh? Jia Xichun's eyes widened with confusion, as though she heard those for the first time in her life. She... When I first met her, she was 16. She explained to me that she hasn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course. Children of Hongyuan who are raised for the purpose of becoming the next family hierarch, their reason being that schools can be a rather perfect place to assassinate someone. So, deskmates and besties. Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month with the other sinners as teachers. Usually sit next to each other and help one another out. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if they forget to do theirs. They usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's. School time. So, not very important at all. I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. I may have come a few years late, but I'm moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here. I remember like yesterday, Xichun would sit and watch other kids go to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating lunchbox with their friends. I have no clue as to however she's heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... wait, don't you guys have a lesson plan to write? Come on, hurry up, 30 days are ticking down. We've only got 30 days. Of course. Unfortunately, I have become quite occupied with another task of great importance. Assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are critical in need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning tasks to you, too. Zilu and Miss Saudi, have you any thoughts on this matter? What was that? I said nothing. Poor Sinclair. Sinclair worked so hard to be a teacher, and then he got stuck as a not teacher. Oh, shoot. Learning. Alright, let's do this. How to train a hierarch simulator. Uma hierarch Same. Zilu and Saudi appear to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken and sallow. Finally. After referencing the idiosyncrasies of various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we have come up with an appropriate curriculum. Apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of a clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier. Still, thanks to Mr. Jia Xichun's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so in 30 days as promised is an implausible effort. Thus, we've categorized the countless virtues into 3 supercategories, and they are called... what are these supposed to be? D. Young Ren. D. Wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Young. Courage. The ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. Aha. So how far are we allowed to go with corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And Ren, humanity is the benevolence of the heart, a compass of behavior that dictates respect towards every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of the school are severely lacking in all 3 of your criteria. Just how do you think they will be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Xigong are currently preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Ah, right. Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. Wei! Despite her protestations, the 30 days of class commenced. Ooh. Okay. Begin class. My name is Yisong. That is all. The class I have prepared for the day. Ah, I've heard plenty about your mirror tech, which makes me wonder, going by the level of advancement in this technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancement goes. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed, you show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that's the angle most others wanted to happen. Removal of potential risks sounds much more plausible, much more palatable than potential itself to some people after all. Correct. Again, yet destruction was a word that bore too much suffering from my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quondam fellows and my life's work, making themselves a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With who? With myself. What lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentials, the latent strengths in the world. Yet, even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable words of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. I learned how to be my true self by looking into the mirror. I love this. You just see Yi-song with a mirror. Now, if you're prepared, do explain what you see in the mirror. You needn't haste. For some reason, Xichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know? It's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, Do you recall Sunzen of the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, that guy said he was going to show me a real precious flower that blooms only at night. I remember you vehemently against me going, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower that was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. Yams, have you done the pluggies? Oh shoot, I haven't. Guys, thanks for watching this stream. If you guys are enjoying this content so far, please consider giving it a like and a subscribe, as it helps the channel out so much. Also, there is a Discord down in the description that you can join where we talk about a bunch of fun random different stuff. Thanks everyone. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. That vile man hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot, and would have been waiting there to spring the chap had you gone. But apparently, he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad I didn't go away. You were right. If only you had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it! We agreed to move on from that. Remember? I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I found it hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience that was going to be a common occurrence anyway. And the family hierarch war was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame, but it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless. Nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I see. Well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seemed like Sinclair couldn't bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered part of myself I've hidden away for a long time. I learned more about my true self by looking into the mirror. I had a precious time learning to converse with my inner self. I love the way this is set up. Ah, okay. So you basically begin a class with one of them, and then you keep going. Tis what a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and Xichun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well, which is understandable given that Saudi told them sometime before the lesson started. Some time ago. Otis, who had been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Saudi. So, what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that a usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixers often appear when history is in the making? Oh. Let's see here. Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment as she had been preparing her whole life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fixers, whose honored names were engraved in history, verily, commences lesson with a tale of the Fixer Yu Fei. This tale beginneth in the year sometime later. Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk at such length? She's been going on for ages. This cometh the time to test thy dedication and knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou will. How'd she even find the time to prepare this? I can assure thee, 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hast paid attention in class. Worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? Aha! But of course, I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer, I shall bestow upon thee from this very treasure chest of mine these precious, precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by which I could not polish each and every one of them on separate occasions at the very least. I actually have a badge myself for doing so well in class, so I know how it feels. Fresh plug? Finished plug? Yes, plug has been done. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hold thine applause, for there is a bonus reward for victor. By the end of this match carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in the theatrical play I'm making. Fixer Chronicles Yu Fei. 'Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm not really. It's not doing anything for either of us. Yeah, it's still a pretty useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What? Scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? I'll have you know that I was a teacher's pet in every single history class I took. And I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I ever had. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Xichun. Oh, let me tell you what I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day. And on one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Miss Jia Xichun's finally getting a feel for how friendships close in age are forged in school. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you can't learn from other teachers. I tick-tocked in response. 'Tis year 505. What is this historical community's consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer Yu Fei had partaken? Allow me to impart to thee a major clue, if thou hast paid attention, as I discoursed upon the 5 pillages in which Fixer Yu Fei was mentioned. This should not be a difficult question to answer. The honorable Fixer of Cerulean Heaven, who had attained triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree, is the year 465, hath said what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career. I've got it! When she had to forge onward, despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one, as they held the line to buy her time. Ah, I was too slow. By young Xichun, thou art incorrect. Honorable Fixer Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified the worst ordeal in her career was when she forced to stand before enemies with hair that was not luscious, as the supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. What thou hast suggested, young Xichun, has been her 17th most difficult ordeal. She's speaking like she was actually there. Thine impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales, but most of these tales I have learned from books. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales in such audience, enough to study the way of minstrels. There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. I love the way she's just dancing almost. I was completely absorbed in the exhilarating tales of fixers. I even forgot to breathe at one point. What was the secret technique of Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the case of the Fey Forest? Speak his name in full. I've got it. A Summer Night Fantasia. Ah, Ah, yet I cannot let pass the unmotivated retelling of a super ultimate move. Hardly enough one internalize the true, noble spirit of fixers by simply reciting it in such apathy that must recreate the exact pose and enunciation. Are you kidding me? Come on, you can do this, Xichun. You can do this. This is nothing. Illusions of midsummer night shall devour thee whole. Summer night fantasia. I love how Don Quixote's sobbing. Thine enunciation was quite shaky upon the world illusions yet. Thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage, thus I bestow upon thee this badge. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder, and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante, lights, left side. Gotcha. Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Xichun's two-person play, silently wiped her tears away. Bravo. Bravo. Certain minor details were missed, such as the Yue Fei, the fixer was left-handed, and that he had a habit of playing with the lighter in his left pocket before every duel. It was a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no critique to impart upon thee. Now here's the question. Is it Don Quixote and Jia Xichun, or is it Sinclair and Jia Xichun? Faced with the great adversity in thine adventures, rekindle the memory of Yue Fei, the fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lesson of today. It was for a moment, but I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with fixers. Clutched tightly in Xichun's hands were the badges Don Quixote had gifted her. Xichun gained 60 max HP. Of course Xichun's into this. She has to for her girlfriend. Boom! This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H-Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-Corp's singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. Huh, you look kind of upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed. An opportunity to study old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was a potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. What a shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it is mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it may be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. Managed to learn. I love how it just blew up in her face. So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I'd get to learn more about old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the reconstruction days now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when it comes to gradually dismantle this inquituous thing. The day when Hongyuan can be a place where people can live without fear, without the fear of encroaching reconstruction days, without counting their rooms to see if they'll fall or not, until Hongyuan can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Miss Faust. Voltage must be set too high. Repeating experiment with different combination of fuses and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? I love how it's a combo if you do Faust and Yi Song together. Okay, this is where we have to probably actually start balancing stats out. So Don Quixote is a morale restorer. Good. Taxidermy geniuses. I love playing Umer Muzimer. Limbus Edition. Excuse me. This is based on a game called Princess Maker, and unlike some other classes which were more on the upbeat side of things, this room's air felt solemn as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. Loss on war. Losing a wing war leaves much longer lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We were close to a large-scale war breaking out here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss Xichun had failed to finish her ascension. It would have spread like wildfire too. So my class is going to be exactly what happens when war... Oh. The piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he scribbled something on the board. His left hand was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted for him. Man, I gotta... Excuse me, Miss Zilu, is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? Well, when else am I gonna get the chance to share the realities of war? Right to the a wing chief executive officer's face, huh? The moments that just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say here, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate the sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly-dally when Miss Xichun's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So, let's take a look how things were at the beginning of the Wing War. And that's how why the Smoke Wars fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times, so everyone tried to draw each other out to the open field of battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that the former G-Corp found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Dagwanyan could make pretty good use of Hongyuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisho know how to use very well. Exactly. This should explain why they were hesitating outside of Dagwanyan. Remember the thumb fellas? The ones we met that were going in circles? Not to mention that the Heisho all utilize this topography of Hongyuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on the branches maneuvering around Hongyuan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are standing, Hongyuan is unassailable. Well, despite going into all that, we know what the best answer to warfare is. Not having war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have not only witnessed it, but go through all of that. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off those stories as if ramblings of the past, but during the war he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city, its every gear calibrated to the slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There, he must have witnessed things far worse than the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking restlessly in the pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy. Sorry, fellas. I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened, that I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No, everything you told me really solidified my resolve. The chaos within Hongyuan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen again. I'm heading to my next class. Wait for me! Even after 2 students left, Gregor lingered in the room for a while, lighting up cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after emptying the entire pack. Jesus. Our good old traumatized Gregor. Man, her Ren grows like crazy. Jingang bolus improvement? Okay, so we do need some more people who can raise Yang and Ji for her. How are classes going? Classes? How are classes going? How are classes going, Xichun? I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's going to be another serious class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the venerable hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Baochai? Are you sure the Shui family bodyguard... are you sure it's okay for the Shui family bodyguard to be here? I'm no longer employed as Miss Baochai's guard. Wait, don't tell me we got you everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Baochai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself, but suddenly she let me go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan was not making things awkward. Got vetoed by Zilu. You could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on, you spent most of your time stuck in Yi Hongyuan before leaving Hongyuan. I don't think there's much you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, Xichun. This is one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Xichun and Sinclair is... In clear, neat handwriting, Hung Lu wrote surviving Hongyuan on the chalkboard. Oh well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your fair share of assassination attempts, big bro, but previous hierarch and the elders sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we tried to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us to go back to our rooms, of course. Oh, wait, it's my fault? What about morale? You don't need morale. You do have intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? You have my utmost faith. Please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea before sprinkling some powder into them. What's that? That's powdered wolfbane. I see where this is going. You're going to tell me which of these bowls contain poison. You can stop now. I recognize the infamous poisons. Like wolfbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you were suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not be here to accompany him. Then Dayu continued her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Honglu, who was watching that with oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on in the speed of Lin Dayu swapped the bowls. When we looked back at Honglu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Those silver spoons were custom made at Da Guanyan's request. It must have for children of the 4th Great Houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poisons as well. Yeah, I know, they're actually... Actually what? It's nothing. In Hongyuan, where we are best set with the threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you... Before Honglu opens his eyes, before Jia Xichun could finish her sentence, then he throws the silver spoons in the hands, like throwing pins towards 3 bowls, and immediately chugs the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Well, are you insane? You barely checked them for... Shiren's noir tea is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Honglu cast earlier were slowly melting away after becoming tarnished black. Is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Da Guanyan. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too. Do they sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Just the hunch? How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know. We'll get the hang of it after a few tries. No silver spoon was harmed in the making of this class, you liar! I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 pulls? I see. When you say you avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you meant reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it with your intuitive experiences. Aha, you were using Miss Daiyu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Xichun. I know the adepts of Heisho will come to your aid with the flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence in Nuangshangwu will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all sorts of useful boluses. Even still, there will come a day where you can feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. And when it does, I hope you won't brush that sensation off as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. Jia Xichun whipped around from Honglu to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. Aww. I just love some of the animations. Every 6 days, you will be subject to midterms, prepared by the board of directors of Jia Yuanshun. A pelican has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the tests may Jia Xichun retain her status as family hierarch. My lady. Oh, don't worry yourself, Master Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. She will pass these tests with ease, as long as she's been diligently taking her classes. No, it's just... I simply hope I can survive until she returns. It seems that Wei's rather funereal voice wasn't just out of concern for Xichun. Wait, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them, even from my dreams. The unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading like a storm, burying me. Steel yourself, for this is no dream at all. In fact, never once have I seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep-deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. Oh, shoot. So the exam is against a family hierarch candidate. Or one of the family heads. Hey, you're one of the she-boys. We finally meet. I had hoped to fight you in the family hierarch war. If you'd run into me then... Isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would anyone ever hold a grudge against you? The results of the family hierarch couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half my family, which means more room for me. Should really thank you, right? Honestly. Why don't you just declare she war on the she family at this point? Make it easier. War's not easy. It never is. What are you going on about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking about so lightly, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they were under investigation for treason against Da Guanyan. They're innocent. I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given that they'll all be ruled as guilty, regardless of what happened. I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden the cells all over Hongyuan. They're not hidden. All holding cells have been in Hongyuan have been designated to move in very short intervals. You know, that does sound like the kind of design that would lead to some unfortunate assumptions, though I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of Hongyuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that the prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Managed to reflect upon myself a bit too. Huh. I did change a little. Still, you're no better. You better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. But come, let's do this. Many illustrious fixers of the past have said that naught but disparagement awaits unjust victories. And Xichun. I see. So she takes care of it. You just watch the fight. Oh, she-boy. Take that, she-boy. Geez, she is destroying him. She-boy. She is destroying him. Get it? Y'all get it. Y'all thought that was funny. I know. I can tell. It was awful. Yeah, she's destroying this guy. Win. It would also be very funny if you somehow lost. Good for you. You won. Now give me back that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarch war. Yeah, so what? You calling me a penniless loser? Yeah. You little. And I'm sure that's what I look like to you too. I don't want you. Sorry. Every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated look weak. So I'm going to win, and I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind, because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hong Yuan. Shi Huazhen, you are tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You knew my name? Ma'am? I do. So what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hong Yuan? Ooh! Our little Jia Xichun is growing up so fast. She's so smart. Okay, so we should probably use Faust and then recover some morale with Donk Ote. Heard you managed to come out on top in your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? You're teaching about exploring, huh? It's going to be an indoor class? Exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing to the top of the highest buildings in Hongyuan, surviving 10 days in Hongyuan backstreets with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. That's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in physical space. A few weeks ago. So I'm just here to fill in, since the game needs a certain number of players, but really, can you call this tabletop game an adventure? Yet in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as... Ah, what a move. Oh, nice, I'm gonna roll for damage. Gah! Young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireball spell. Rendering it, are they playing the equivalent of D&D? In LIMBUS Company? Huh, really? Well then, as my next move. And that's how you came up with this? I have played a few other games, but this is new for me. I'm pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jianghu Journeys, or J&J. What Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone appeared, a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Hello, wife. Hi, Toasty. How are you? I am having a wonderful morning, and my face has an even brighter smile now that you're here. My wife, I love you. Hello. Everyone, this is my lovely wife. Say hi. My wife. But yes, how are you doing? We're playing LIMBUS Company right now. My heart is glowing so early this morning. Yay! We are playing LIMBUS Company, and we've just been going through the story. It's great. Very tired, but in good spirits. Dude, same. I went to a card show yesterday, and I traded for a bunch of my cards for some really awesome stuff here. I traded lesser valuable ones for these ones called slabs, essentially, which are graded cards inside of a nice shell containing, containing shell. Absolutely beautiful. I traded a bunch of like $3 and $2 cards for this one that's worth like $1.75. I traded another one for I traded some other ones for some really awesome stuff. I'm honestly so happy right now. I had a great time at that card place, at the card show. I am frankly excited to potentially try and go to another one. Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the Journey Master. Happy to hear it? Yes! I love this. This is clearly a D&D reference. The Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most experienced player takes that role, which would be me. Wiz, strength, dex, each character seems to have these things called stats. It looks like we just have to pick up from a set of pre-made characters for this one. So I'm supposed to be playing this character's role? Sinclair and Jia Xichun picked up the cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyun, a place with a gathering hub of all kinds of influential people. You traveled here in search of a legendary treasure called, the Tianya Sword. The city of Yanyun. Huh, cool. So, why are we looking for the sword again? Phew, it's because... So there's this legend in Yanyun about the sword of... Right, the Tanya sword. She forgot what she called it. Tanya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people, and also about how that sword is proof that the true leader of these lands, and so on and forth, you know. Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction with her usual confidence. I see. This city called Yanyun must be in a lot of trouble too. Seemingly unaffected by an oddly familiar setting of the story, Jia Xichun nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Oh, well, you know how it is. The point is you guys need to go find the sword. Then I will claim the Tianya sword, no matter what it costs me. Jia Xichun nods with determination. From the rumors you've gathered, it seems that the Kezan Keep might have heard whereabouts of the sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kezan Keep, chat him up, and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your whisk is extremely low right now, which means you'll find it even harder to form simple sentences. What? If I found a different way to gain the Kezan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet talking to him, I do have a pretty high strength stat, which should give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that don't require skill in speechcraft. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kezan Keep. I think I've got a pretty decent chance at this. My whiz is pretty high. And you pass the check. The Kezan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay, then I guess I'll stand in the corner over here, unsheath my weapon, and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing as Heathcliff, aren't you? The Kezan Keep shares some information about the sword that he heard. He explains that the party should seek northwest towards Yinji Mountain. But, what's this? Tears begin to well up in the Kezan Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently a patrolling guard beat his son pretty bad, just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no. That's too bad, but we've got a job to do. Since we have what we came for, will you leave the Kezan? Well, they say JMs aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choice, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out every little side quest when there's a whole adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to get him the medicine. What? After a few trials and tribulation for Sinclair, the Kezan Keep's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shows what he knows. You realize that he's talking about the fairy Yao Guai, guardian of the Tianyan sword. He explains that the fairy Yao Guai's power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky's overcast. Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds, then tells you it might be raining in about a week. Well, how do we help him out? Phew. Okay, let's get prepared before we go. You're gonna have to roll a 15 or higher to hit. I know. I'm focused. It all comes down to this. Hey, I rolled a 16! With a final singular strike, the fairy Yao Guai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tianyan sword is ours. Excited, the party runs up and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. With this we can, however, the defeated fairy Yao Guai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Jia Xichun, who had pulled the sword from the ground. No! I quickly get between Xichun and the monster. But if that crit is going to be deadly, even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. One, another one. No, that's a critical fail. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding the final vestiges of its strength completely spent. Sinclair! Go on without me. Take that sword. Go down to the village. Breathing sleep, please. Sometimes my words don't word well. What was this game about? I can't remember. It is essentially a fun game about a 12 to 13 goobers riding around on a bus in a world that definitely wants to try and end their lives. Hi, J-Smax. No, the sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair and carry him back. I won't leave him and descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then yeah, the bleeding stops and you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know. That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here. Grab your shoulder. That's it, step by step. Hey, Xichun, look over there. Everyone we'd helped and saved on our journey is here to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I wouldn't have stopped to talk to every villager to hear their troubles. That sword was only a symbol. The true sword was the friends we made along the way. Let's freaking go, Limbus Company. All of our efforts and experiences we gained in the journey for the sword. Now, that's what taught me to be a good leader, not the sword itself. You're right. The real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like this game overtook the class at some point at this along the way. Oh my god. The true friends were the swords we made along the way. We stole along the way. Shh, don't tell people. Oh, now we unlocked Moo Salt. He is another morale restorer. Perfect. Okay. We need to raise some more Yang and some more Ji. Prep time. Perfect. Didn't find every combo possible. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotion and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. Then I shall share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote, 32, what? Excuse me, Dante. I'm sorry to have, ask you this, but most of us are fairly wooden, so could you please turn back the clock one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjections weighed down upon your request. Dude, this slice of life one is so great. I love it. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I stutter that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfortunate news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. I hope they give us, yes, the voices, but we gotta wait all the way until after Ryoshu's canto. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Huh. Well, okay. Sure seems easy enough. Suddenly, Mersalt let out a cry as he clutched his chest and fell to the floor. Are you okay? Mersalt, are you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? Who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. Wait, is it confirmed that the next canto is Ryoshu? Of course! It goes in order. We all know that Ryoshu's next. 1 max speed, 60 max HP, / resistance. Prep time. Not for the devs themselves, but everything has led up to Roshi, Master Ryoshi being next. Ooh, frick, this is Outis. Oh my god. Wait, what if you do Outis and Gregor? Nope. I was thinking Outis and Gregor would actually work together. Attention! Today's lesson will cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men, you will learn how to gain information from other people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous with my spending. By having example as a superior, they'll eventually open up. Foolishness. That is among the worst strategies I've ever heard the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the military budget and precious time trying to butter over? The most efficient methods of obtaining intelligence is torture. To torture? Ha! I'd say that the worst strategy I've ever heard the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up only accidentally killing— Foolishness, foolishness. Jeez, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short. If that is all you can think of when you hear the word torture, then this unit— This isn't exactly a military unit. This Hong Yuan may be indeed beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The mention of Hong Yuan seemed to put Jia Xichun in a thoughtful mood, and she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical things like waterboarding, electrocution, are all inferior. Today you will learn the torture of language. With this method, you'll find the answer that you want. How is it in order? The order that the sinners introduce themselves has been the order of the cantos, essentially. And let them take a brief sigh of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, will be what you're learning today. To your positions, cadets. Oh, another midterm mandatory class. Oh, this is Praying Boy. Next is Mirror, IRC, Altus, and Faust last. So, I heard that you defeated Shi Huazhen. You would do your best to not let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know? You see, I managed to speak Shi Huazhen into, you know. What? No, it can't be. He cannot spill the beans on my parents'. My men are already on their way. But how did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get them a hiding spot there. Oh, so it's Block 32. Did you just... I did. Huh, that was way easier than I thought than it was during class. I've heard stories about how you've changed. Didn't know you changed so much in into such a heartless woman. Say something. Don't stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly things like this, is that it? That may befit the seat of the hierarch. However, a leader who responds with silence to inferiors, a leader who only considers them disposable tools, is bound to rot. I, Jia Xichun, won't let someone unqualified such as yourself obtain such power. Kick his butt! Would have loved to stay longer, but I'm gonna go home with a bus to catch. I hope to catch you when I get home. Depends, because I think this is a longer intervallo. I can't believe some people have skipped the story. There's some people who told me they skipped this story, and I'm like, why though? Why would you do that? Dude, Jia Xichun is getting his Shi butt kicked. Jia Xichun, excuse me. Dang it. I was so close. Did you ever take the time to think back about what would happen if Big Sister Yeonchun actually gained control of Hongyuan? Sure, it's going to be all buddy-buddy first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, compensate you for your efforts. But soon you're going to see people from other nests coming in here, taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's going to be small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other family members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off of Big Sister Yeonchun's forces, when in reality, she had already discarded them before she began. She's made sure that nothing about this treason's going to stick to her. Mother. Now, let's think about this carefully, about Jia Xichun's vision for Dagwanyan. Will it be more H Corp or Q Corp? I see the point you're making, but you've not given us any reason to trust us either. What guarantee do I have you will not toss us aside when you're no longer useful? So about that, hiding place where you put your parents in you just accidentally let slip? I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My haste show had identified their location long ago, but I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how low is your opinion on the hierarch? Big Sister Yeonchun made a big show of her own influence at the assembly, but I still have tight control over the haste show of the family hierarch. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? That leaders must take care of those who are in the same boat as them? Why would any hierarch go arresting innocent people of H Corp left and right unnecessarily, making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. Dang! Our little sis Jia Xichun is killing it! Oh god. No. This cannot go well. TKTDWK. Teaching kids to deal with kids. Heh, she says. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach you, particularly bloody art class, but the AL Black here discarded my lesson plan. Yet no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown. Even if Zilu wasn't there, artless or otherwise. In today's class, I'll sync if you're up at UA. What? But I'll scan if you're a UC. I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult. But I'll soothe and coax and nurture if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully, evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context was there to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL, kids. Ah, yeah, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Yes. Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I have brought a child from the Wong family. Why should I... No, wait. What, you brought a who from a whose family upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you places, huh? No, I mean, what do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Ryoshu snuffed her cigarette, opened the window, cleared the smoke, dusted off her clothing, and only brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kind of trembling, anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. That kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They are the experience that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you, serious all of a sudden? Though I do agree childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother by you. Anyways, moving on. You haven't heard anything. Point is, I think that the approach here to help kids have potential is here might prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. But You've got your work cut out for you. Children of Dagwanyan are extremely wary of anyone who isn't their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked this kid here using my name. He must be terrified and imagine his parents must have been given a whole lot of warnings too. Heh, I'll demonstrate. Behold. Aww. I love how we don't know where it's gonna go because this is Ryoshu we're talking about here. And then suddenly we see that Ryoshu's really good with children. Oh, this is so cute. Because of her daughter. It makes sense. Like in story context, it makes sense. She literally has a baby, so she knows how to handle it. Oh, he's really taken a liking to her. Hayams, are you sick? No, probably just exhausted. Exhausted. Do you need some tea, baby girl? I do need some tea. I will drink some tea after this, I promise, baby girl. I will take good care of myself. Because we love to take good care of ourselves. Oh, sorry guys. Okay. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Ryoshu was practically giving him no time for other distractions, or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of the kid almost effortlessly. She was employing all kinds of tactics, including but not limited to ventriloquism, kongzu, a traditional Hongyuan toy, fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually... Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu, the fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would I imagine Ryoshu would be good at this. Neat. And with that exact expression as her usual one, Ryoshu was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't about it. What's important is helping them understand what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid is really on edge for his age. I'd start to make some progress, but whenever he suspected that I was lying about something, he'd immediately go back on guard. That's also because he's a Dagwanyan kid. Kids don't survive for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's gonna depend on what you're asking if I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, Rookie Hierarch. Why say all that TWDT? You don't get any immaculate of succinct abbreviations. Ryoshu grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before Jia Xichun in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child, and that seemed to do the trick. Speak, kid. My big sis said the family hierarchs were over, so I can finally play with tons of my friends. Their parents told them to stay because it's too dangerous inside. My cousin says you're the biggest and baddest of Hongyuan, Venerable Hierarch, so I wanted to ask if you can make Dagwanyan safe? I want to play with my friends. Gotcha. I'll review your suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, Shi-Run guided the child out of the classroom. I found Jia Xichun whispering something to herself. You've got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try to improve the safety of this place anyway, whether you could ask me to or not. Safe enough for a kid to run around the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Drinking tea, hydrate. I may or may not have any drink with me. I may have drank everything. I love that one though. That is such a good display of Ryoshu, because we have never actually seen Ryoshu do anything like that. That was my favorite. The fact that she is good at taking care of children. Frick! All about the poker face. Poker face. Let's see, I need to still level the Yang dong and the... You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes before they even talk. So you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know. This kind of feels oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Sinclair. Given the time limit, this just happens to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating your training abilities to control your emotions. I swear I had no ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Please stop glaring at us like that and join the table. I am only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork, as there's much work to be done. I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy. You know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity, and what audacity you have to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance? Oh, wow. And here I thought you'd be at least better than me at this game. Fine, fine. I get it. Don't play a game you have a snowball's chance and heck of winning. It's good philosophy. I subscribe to it. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? What? Sorry, Scrub says what? So we join the table. Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You 3 will work together to ensure I don't win. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have a special power to read your minds without hearing even a word out of your mouths. Let me give you just a demonstration. Let's see. Ah, Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. Even you're looking to form a pang, aren't you? Ooh, and Xichun, you? And you want this dong tile I've got. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. And wait, you... You're using the glint of the glasses to hide your eyes. Oh, this isn't going to be easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me to seat at this table. Shh. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad, but you're just as much of an open book. You need 1 zong tile, don't you? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting this tile because it's not there. Gang. I see. You called gang meld so you can claim the zong, which was the rearmost tile, right? Wait, does that mean by chance imply that you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? No way. I just have a 6th sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into the dark world of shadows, but very well. I'll be sitting qua a side end. Phew, I'm impressed. You're way too intense. I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady. The importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see. Swapped out your ready hand, didn't ya? What do you think? 3 hua tiles in a row, huh? Let's see. I see you've got some innate luck, too. Very well. I'll wager this wand suit. Oh. Ooh, I won. Ooh. That's a Qing Yao Ju hand. Your downfall was the moment you forced me to discard Zong. Oh, I love this canto, or this intervallo so far. Oh, darn, I lost, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will bring some tea. Wei victoriously stumbles out of the room with his shoulders slumped. Oh my god. That was priceless. Wei just went at it. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Combo! Oh, who is this one? That guy looks like Yidong. Oh, it's Wong. I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother too. Every hand once in circulation goes round and round until it eventually returns to their original owners. I also heard that some Wong family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hand the true political power of Hong Yuan lies right now. With that in mind, let's say I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have the voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yuan Chenjinu believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Hong Yuan's best interests at heart? With all the conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface, all these business deals and clearly skewed politics? I do not. But if you're really present, if you're going to present yourself as an alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me say that half of the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining. They're going to keep their silence because they're afraid of Jia Xichun's retaliation. So your remaining task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken at all by that. I thought you'd get lost and wandering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No. Most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only one thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Hong Yuan's tomorrow. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told for now, My cousin will be your opponent today. I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then will I accept you. Oh shoot, it's Bowl Cut Lady.
좋아, 구조는 파악했어. 봉황의 날개처럼.
I wonder if it is possible to lose these fights. Wait, oh my god, I haven't been noticing. When she strikes and uses skills, you can see the sinners in the background. Sinclair! I saw Ishmael on the other one. Ishmael behind her. Aldous shouting at her. Ooh, beautiful. It's very much possible to lose midterm. I'm gonna guess I'm doing good because I know Uma Musume. What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah. Don't give my little brother your heck. Your little brother? You know what I'm talking about. Do you have any idea the mess? Any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? Buzzkick Kid was her little brother. You can barely even hold onto your seat, which you're about to lose soon anyway, and you have the gall to give him false hope? I know it's all politics, but kids really believe you, you know. I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear he had a fun time after being barred from playing with his friends, with how things are in Hong Yuan. Shut up. Besides, it's not all just hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I will change Hong Yuan to a place where everyone can live without fear, and for that I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail, not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Yuan-chan's Hong Yuan looks like. It'll be exactly the same in essence and will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we've carried all our lives? Excuse me. To your little siblings? No, of course not. Wang Jingshan had left in a hurry, but that look in her eyes told me there was conflict brewing in her. Oh shoot, Heathcliff. Who goes with Heathcliff? Dang it. Okay, we need to still raise some Rhodia. We need to do a combo though. Combos are just good in general. Heath plus Ishi ship, it didn't work. What is that, a hammer? Right, lads, listen up. This ain't gonna be the boring old classes you've been sitting through. You've got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? So here's the deal. You want to break their morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl? Learn this by heart. You'll be kicking those butts, left, right, and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I've got this question. Something about your club seems different today. Looks a lot more colorful, too. Pull. Lad catches on quick. That way bloke said something about swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. That high-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. I see. Oi, don't you underestimate me just because I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders, eyes wide open. Let's get cracking. With that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon toward the sky and made a small boop noise. Of mad dogging. Okay, we gotta start raising a bit more of her morale at this point. Her morale's awful. Okay, so everything is like super duper balanced so far. Dun, 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 dun. If you can dodge a Heathcliff, you can... Wait! Isn't this the guy who tried to end Donglu? Why is he here? Is he taking place for Dante? This class. After an uncharacteristic pause, Zilu continued. Will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your tutelage. A guest lecturer, but I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know, maybe they're lost? The little bird told me that the venerable hierarch will give me with a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from Daguanyang's brewer. Oh wait, there's any truth to that, folks? That guy. Just stopping by to see if I can leech some liquor at this party. Wang Yuan's an awfully miserly place, but you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Well, you're not exactly any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in a room after the first round of the hierarch war was over. He... what? Family hierarch war has been over for a while, and everyone in Hongguan knows who the winner is. How dare you? How dare a mongrel like you who only knows how to mooch off other families set foot in here? Looks like I'm going to give my clan a stern talking to. How could they let us slip a drunk assassin? I see our youthful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I have a guest in many places, but please, I'm no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor with scenic landscapes as my bar, the sky as my ceiling, and the dirt as my bed. The man who introduced himself as Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm leaped down, landing with dexterity that betrayed the rags he wore as clothing and the terrible stench of liquor. Is he seriously? Bad news, Miss Xichun. Apparently Jia Yunchun's bestowed upon you a new master. Huh? Big Sister Yunchun? She also wanted us to deliver the message that she was setting a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dear sister, the neophyte hierarch, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I'm beside myself with gratitude. So that's supposed to be the teacher? The mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time? As you said, family hierarch war is over, and even mongrels of Hangyuan know who the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest was nothing more than business. A job to take care of in return for any compensation they gave me. I hope you won't carry that grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your family rivals in the family hierarch or out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business just business. I eliminated young Master Bao Yu for the promise they pay off my bar tab, and I'm here to give the hierarch a lesson as promised for my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker. I'll advise that the optics and consequences of rejecting the master sent by Yuan Shan herself is not going to look good. I know, it's only going to make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Yuan Chun any more ammunition. And you there, you'll have eyes tracking you, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Ooh, ain't that a threat? I can hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Despite Saudi's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to have an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now give me a demonstration, if you will. Swing away. Ah, that's enough. But I didn't. I was just getting started. Your form was flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I say more? Such flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial prowess is amateurish. What the heck, is that guy serious? I've never had a single master who had said anything bad about my form. Your arms are straight and the legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy indeed. Most masters would not bother themselves to find fault here. But let me pose this question. Are you, my pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There is more than raw strength. Now take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Jia Xichun takes a powerful swing at the Knife Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body, your intent more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, for it is very little heart for feints. But he deftly weaves his way between her strikes, which fail to touch even the top tip of his racked cloak. Ah, you're far too eager to strike. Focus singularly on your opponent, which, with force distributed unevenly across your body, so you will fail to cut and gain a little hole as comeuppance. The Night Drifter pokes Jia Xichun with the twig. Everyone vying for the family hierarch has to go eventually. The first kill. Some say earlier the better. Mine was as a 13. Not too early, not too late. Just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that, Heckard. Try to relax your body. I can't wait for the mini canto to be voiced. Same here. This is a great one. It's funny. It's fun. It's so far been enjoyable. The whole fiesta is funny, especially the D&D part, the J&J. You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey, wait, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time, but what if they gave him worse poison next time? You know, young master, Bao Yu won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything. Zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how? But my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the wool branch. Some seek the state of anatta, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of Asura, reserved for the blade of fiends. You must learn to let go of everything except for the self. What kind of life is it to live without stepping over others? Let it go. The gaze is the pressure, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself, and feel how light it becomes. After some thought, Xichun's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips seemed to have found some peace as well. She's got it. Well then, what should we do about you? Am I overconfident, proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? It wasn't being cocky. If my memories haven't failed me yet, you were one of young Master Bao Yu's underlings, correct? Underling, yeah, however you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. Just why do you think that it was you, specifically you, among his 12, were chosen to take a class along the young hierarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard. Pointed question, but he regained his composure and replied, "Well, who else besides me would have ever gone along with the lesson plans? Don Quixote's going to ditch the classes, same for Rodia. Otis will try to take over, not to mention that we have Heathcliff here and..." Such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself? Even less than what I've already learned about you. What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion. Prepare yourself to flirt before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. Then the night drifter giggled flippantly, a suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. He's just sleeping. And okay. Now I think we just go at it. Ji, Yang, Ren. We still have to keep leveling Ren too, so. Oh shoot, we're also growing a Sinclair. Oh, do you also want to master all of them? Have you tried the 3 morale unit to see if they had a combo? I haven't seen a 3. Oh god, it's him. Crazy boy 35. Dang, am I glad I got my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All of the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in recovery. And the recovery room sounds very enticing. I wish I'd been there to see it all. Half the family heads are getting arrested for treason. The seat of the family hierarch is going to some experienced kid from the Jia family. Have you tried to see? Oh, I have not. Don, Radia, and Mersault. Not to mention how my lovely sister had her engagement called off and is now being branded as a traitor. All the entertainment in this world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you have any concern about the future of Hong Yuan. What are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun. Oh my god. Creepy creepo.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것. 좋아, 구조는 파악했어.
So how are you guys liking this so far? I think it has gone absolutely great.
공황이 날개처럼. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
Like, I think this has been a funny and humorous entire story so far. I hope that, honestly, I hope, well, I know that our next interval is going to be a lot more serious though. Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last tether stabbed me at my heart. Cut me my limbs to ribbons. Listen, still here's just a spar. We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Now, isn't that frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you every step of the way, practically presenting themselves on with their heads on a silver platter, and you're going to let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarch war is over, and I'm not going to end someone just because they're being uncooperative. Get real. How long is it going to take for you to gain even a morsel of power? By playing this fool's game. Oh. Hey, want to hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as the family hierarch? End me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. And dangle my corpse. Excuse me, guys. Dangle my corpse by the assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. And station every single one. Oh yeah, the J&J session reminded me something. Mind if I send you a message? Sure. Totally. Go ahead. After stream stuff. Excuse me, guys. Chop off their head before they can get another word out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as a hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. I want people to live in a world where, without fear, I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people more than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expressions. It'll only take a few years until you break, until you become just like them. Dang, he is just... He is just a filthy man. Just like the family hierarchs of the past, you couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out the seeds of a resistance. Just how many people do you think still have a grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming a Heckard shuffling aimlessly around Dagwanyan, but I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. If something entertaining is gonna happen, I hope it happens while I'm still sane. Xu Pan sauntered away, but Jia Xichun found her way back. Excellent work, my lady. You passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You've certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I mean, my lady? Jia Xichun seems deeply engrossed in thought. Dang. Frickin' in Schwain pant. Wait. Oh, dang it! So let's see, the 3 morale people. Oh, I can't even check right now, actually. My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? Xichun? When these classes end and you guys all leave, I guess I'll spend my days worried to heck about assassins that could pop out of nowhere and end me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia and worry that I'll start twitching from shadows in the lamplights. So, what would it mean? Would it mean anything for me to, you know, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I've spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination. And now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it? To those hackards who only thought in their empty heads is how they can expand their rooms? Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Is that a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Well, I've rarely done it back while I was in school, but when there's too much going on in your head, you can just skip school, go out and play. Oh. I've done it once myself after my friend talked me into it. I agree. Seems like a good time for my lady to clear her head. Excuse me. It seems like a good time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well, let us play. Just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those heckards' approval. She's in a really bad mood today. My lady, have you ever visited the backyard of Lu Shu Hermitage as of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw a few dead bodies from the massacre a decade ago, turned the pond foul, and decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that the corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating to the surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses in risks of it passing out. So why even bring up something as awful as that? It seems that the tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all the rot. A willow. The willow tree reached deep into the pond with its roots, clearing it of foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day, we found it, clear and glittering, thriving, with other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from the rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and greens. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps there. When they checked again, they grew vivacious as they were on the first day there. Would you like to pay the pond a visit, if that is all right with you? Xichun didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. Oh. You weren't kidding. I avoided this place for so long. I never thought this would be clean again. I can hardly believe this pond used to be rotten bog. All that happened to the tree taking root here? What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind as I was swamped with work, but the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Nature is healing. Recovery will follow. as long as there is steady root to rally the woo around. After a long break that seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had a change of heart too? Yeah, I do feel a bit more comfortable than I did before. Her morale went up to 100. Yep, mastering things is important. Oh shoot, Heathcliff's is a mandatory class. And we haven't even done anything with Honglu's. Right, class, here's a task to help you learn a lot how to break your enemy's morale. The moment they shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost, so don't. It doesn't matter how many there are or how threatening they look, yeah? Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop, no matter what the enemy is? Take me, for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop, no matter what enemy we're put against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't no problem in this world you can't solve by boldly rushing in head first. Ishmael and Otis would have boldly rushed in head first and to shake him by his lapels if they'd been here. Here's what I think. Neither of you got enough to pluck. That's why neither of you could say heck against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? Xichun maintained her silence, the old scar on her pride growing sore again. So let me help you lot grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lads. Stand proud. Well, okay, but how could I? Don't worry about offending me, yeah? I can take it. Unlike you, I've built up enough thick skins for all kinds of insults thanks to my years in the back streets. Bloody invincible. Yeah, well, hush, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing is standing up there and trying to look cool. Ooh, that one's gotta sting a little. That's it. Is what I would have said back in the day, and probably would have struck you with this hammer, I mean my club. But I've changed too. And so did you. I can see the fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now let's practice. And looks like both of you have a perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, both of you. Huh? You mean us? Me and Xichun? You're my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys during my backstreet stays. They break my arm, I break their legs in turn. See what I mean? Is that what busties is supposed to mean? Jia Xichun asked with considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess. You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. Freaking love that. Oh shoot! Sinclair versus Xichun. Oh shoot, she won! That is not, in fact, what besties is supposed to mean. Sinclair! Ow.
바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
She is absolutely destroying Sinclair right now. I wonder if we unlock like a latent Sinclair ability after this. Jesus, Xichun's insane. Pretty sure besties don't break each other's arms for giggles. Hey. Don't tell Heathcliff other. Oh. I see why she's dodging. Beautiful. But my Jia Xichun is so broken. All right, that's good enough. Bloody heck, lad, that was much closer than I thought. No, it wasn't. He got destroyed. Oh, good match. Jeez, don't people use Steam the longer the fight gets? What kind of heck was that at the end? The two of them clashed with everything they learned, and until the lessons began. You skipped Sinclair's. Oh. I thought for sure Jia Xichun would come out on top without breaking a sweat. Wait, how did I skip it? I can't even choose. I saw a glimpse of the Sinclair I'd only seen a few mirror worlds. You alright, Sinclair? Yeah, it's not like we were going at it with real weapons, and the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully, so I'm not hurt or anything. Feeling a bit of a fever on my forehead, though. Didn't seem like Sinclair noticed the single yet clear red line that appeared in his forehead. It's not anything... Oh, shoot! Demian and Rim were the only other people who'd ever shown that mark. Oh, that's a huge lore drop right there. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where'd this come from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tells me that your life hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home because I didn't have a choice. How'd that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world all on my own, and that was overwhelming. Sure. I'm sure you can't be quite commiserate where you've been on top of your game whole life after all. I did leave Dagwanyan by my own volition, but if I'm going to be honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I felt lost. There was so much I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us that were ready for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost back home, though. Ah, and there's Heathcliff, too. He also left home some time ago. We paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting. You have no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussying up, primping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. What's up? Sorry, clueless here. What's the red mark mean? I will tell you once we get a quick, brief moment. But right now, my goal is to... so the red mark was something that Demian had, actually. Demian had this red mark that essentially, I guess the best way to put it is he gained powers from it. Oh, you're forced with the drunkard again. So, are you going to teach us any techniques? It's only been a few days since your training began yet. My other martial arts master would teach me secret techniques. So what's got you all two pouting? Ooh, now that's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. The slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, your breaths, erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo that you leave upon this world. The night drifter stands before us, but his presence becomes as hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements we hear, nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your own moves. Forget your weapons in your hand. Forget your structured forms. Break the mold, become the flow. Let only your will remain. Randomness seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movements. But they are also hypnotic and floaty that Jia Xichun and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Stab without thinking, penetrate without gazing. Both Jia Xichun and Sinclair's necks were marked by small imprints of the twig that pressed upon their skin. And Zilu, who had been standing all along, had leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurts too. Guess I wasn't spared the lesson. I wonder if this fits what Yisong was saying. What saying fits that Yisong utters from time to time. To lose one's nose and eyes open. Immerse yourself. Your descent. Make sure your descent is slow and graceful. We've been focusing entirely on the self with your swings thus far. So, you should find it quite easy to reach a state of emptiness in mind. Didn't I just say one must take it gradually? To empty your mind already. I'd have taught you everything had you entered my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, I need to relax more. So our new hierarch has found a clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give those flashy names. Truly secret art should come without one. Oh, well, it's supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Well, yeah, that's some good wine indeed. I guess I should go with something like Plastered Sleep, Unrestrained Ripples. The name stinks. Class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zilu, who'd been observing, approaches the Night Drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its fundamentals. Rarely can one find a pupil willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in the world of infinite technology advancements like the Veil. I'm only fortunate enough to have found two pupils who are indeed willing. Your gait, your tone. Were you among the 10 blades of the East? Now, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't seem to recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no questions to give. Passes like smoke. I've long emptied in any history worth delving into. Hi, cool dog. And holy heck, wait, that means that Mr. Drunkard Bunkered is not just a Mr. Drunkard Bunkered. You're kidding. Oh shoot, wait, if you do all three of them? Nope, there's no combo for the three of them. My war tales. Mastered. All about the poker face. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? And that is precisely why I've installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door from the lesson, since the lesson began. Messages from the Hearts? The greatest strength of Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns that have been eating away at them. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how people would be more honest about their feelings behind the masses of anonymity. The box is quite heavy. It seems that everyone's been making quite liberal use of this. Let's see. The one on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oi, I've got to ask, do these consultations even do anything? Does this mask of anonymity even do anything? Hunglu still a novice level. I'm sorry! Also, what's the point of these messages anyway? If you've got to whinge at the face. Well, I ain't got much to do, so I've got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about it, yeah? Something about a smoking head over and over again. The point is, it's getting on my nerves. If it doesn't get taken care of within a week, I'll do it my own way. Deal with it how? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares harrow me with weak Useless complaints. If anyone's going to continue wasting the manager's precious time and cause them trouble, I will hold you responsible. Wow, it's like she's right here, speaking into my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably spying on these papers, huh? I've got proof too. I folded this piece of paper into padlock knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, another thing. My compass disappeared. It's the compass I got for surviving the depths of Belle Morte trenches. We're going to need to reestablish some house rules soon. A theft report? Did one of you steal our compass or something? Nah, no wait. We'd never steal from each other. Something troubles me. Ooh, finally someone who submitted a real concern. Was it the type A wire that caused the explosion? Or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shattering gear? Ah, the likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourselves. Well, that's that, I guess. Look, I felt I really should have shared this with everyone. This might be serious for once. I can't let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? Like, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. I remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping. No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? You're going to have to bring me up to speed on this. Yeah, I don't know exactly what this was, but there was a loud shattering noise at night, so we all ran to see what happened. But no one managed to find a credible clue, so I guess we let it slide? Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so we just move on, but I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's buckarm. So, here's what happened. What if he happened to lose balance while carrying that with one hand? You know what I mean. I'm trusting it not anything on this. Gregor. He wouldn't. The alarm clock, broken due to shock at the time of the incident, was pointing precisely at 22:32. And at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for night watch. Guys, this is turning into a whole investigation. The 2 individuals who were on night watch was... Miss Faust was one of them. Hey, Dante. Didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think back on it. I did have to talk to Faust that day briefly. Faust made a few criticisms on my command style and she was right, but I pretended not to hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust held a grudge against me for that. So... Oh my god. You're telling me Faust smashed an alarm clock over Dante's head? I noticed the dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As, you know, manager bud, there's only 2 among us who smoke, but one of them stayed put in his room. Know what I mean? There's a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she'll come forward and tell you what happened that night. I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly waver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wanted to accomplish was the duo of Captain Scorps and the One-Eyed Navigator. To explain the lore of Captain Scorps, this tale verily began in year 757 after a long read. Also, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one could expect. Thus I could convince young Gregor to join forces with me to cosplay, though 'twas pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth, and young Ishmael's compass was to be the captain's trinket, and for that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna, another prop, and the compass was swallowed. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the tunia rumor lingereth still. I beg thy forgiveness, manager, Esquire. Well, at least we know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. TC, GNW, GWNN, and MTL. Is that like a code? Sinclair, translation please. Yeah, trying to parse from written text is usually harder. I normally read the speaker's tone and general context, so fortunately the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to find the culprit? Nausea bubbled in me. Reminded me of an itch I'm trying to forget. It's like shoving a tuning fork in my head. Guys, alright, that's it. Clockhead, read up. I'm going to confront the salt and tell him to tell it like it is if there's something bugging on instead of winging sleep. Now, where is he? Hey, nice. The anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante. Very well, it is I, the sinner first in the order. Apologies are order ever since that incident. I could hardly lull myself to a restful sleep. In truth, it was none other than myself who had pummeled your head with a clock. To explain this, one must first explore. Worry not about what exists no longer. I will not embark on a multiquint squibbling of excuses. I write before you in shame and express my willingness to accept any punishment you dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was the sinner. Good thing he fessed up. I love how it's anonymous and he just slapped his number on there. Doesn't something feel off? What if he's trying to take the heat? But it seems like number one sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we don't dig into it. Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk here when I found a piece of paper someone tore off, so I'm returning it here. Who would find this way to the original writer? Thus returns number one sinner's paper. This has to be the key. I hurriedly unfurled the paper, the truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering if a crackling fire-like thing on the top manager's head is hot like real fire, or if it would give off any heat? Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Yi-sung. It's not like we were having any other way to tell than touching it ourselves. Indeed, unproven phenomenon cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. They're asleep. Must have been pretty tired. The ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check while the manager's asleep? Perhaps it's the sound phlegm singing past my gullet makes too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm trying to find out how loud my heartbeat can get. Yi-sung. The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. You have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. Look at you rats playing a played-out prank. And that is indeed the full tale of what transpired. Under the lens of hindsight, it would appear that I'm making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of capability. And that's where it ends. The culprit was right under our noses the whole time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront with you about it, but Otis was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to, can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you another truth, I think I might have an idea as to why I've been made a student alongside Miss Xichun. There must have been something the company was expecting from me, but it's not showing up, so they must be making me take classes. I mean, it did show up here, the red line, the Demian red line. While I'm still here feeling like I'm stagnating, they've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know, I just get this feeling the ship might have sailed for me. It was clear that Sinclair wasn't talking about physical training or combat prowess. It was about something that more than half the sinners had faced and were facing at this point. About his past and path that lies ahead, the guilt and pressure of having failed to confront it. It was never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got the perfect idea of how the whole trajectory of their whole lives is going to be. That's why we're all on the bus, isn't it? No, you can just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will, if I have to. Whatever that was. You guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Sorry about that. What Dante said was, hey, don't bother. I just need a quick glance at that look on your face and feel the tick-tock with my heart. Thus, the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. So what do you think guys think Ryoshi was trying to say? Two culprits, guided with nightly nightmares, and my translator. I see. Sinclair and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the silence. Nice soul. Problem is we're on day 30, which means I will not master these two no matter how hard I try. Finally, the 30 days of lessons were completed, and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came to bid good luck to Jia Xichun on her way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will complete this final exam as excellently as you have the others. It is most likely you will be facing off against a skilled foe from the Shui or Shi family. Of course, you doubtless wiped the floor with them. I have taught you all I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You've got this, Xichun. Guys, you don't really all have to come here to see me off. Still, I have undying faith you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Jigang and I have prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case something goes awry, so please don't worry yourself too much. Do you have any faith in me or not? Upon our return to the classroom, we were greeted by an unexpected guest. Must be very nice, Xichun. I have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It's been a while since we last saw Bao Chai. What are you doing here, big sis Bao Chai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit out of pity. If only Xichun and Bao Yu both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Big sis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't even know you could say such a thing. Bao Yu has always been this way. If a fruit... Bye, Toasty! Thank you for staying! You have a great rest of your day! We have to seize it and taste its juices. We can't let it go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't, my parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil we were, why do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes as the days go by fill me with abundance. I'm only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. But how could one do nothing but watch when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, big sis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who had sent you that guest lecturer? Xichun's palanquin isn't headed to the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's headed to Big Sis Yanshin's exam site. Blasted scoundrels. I must hasten after the palanquin before I lose track of them. Wei sprinted outside before Shui Bao Chai finished. A trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we be going? Calm yourself a moment. Jigang swiftly came between us, clearly having taken a gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though a beast seems to have chosen the latter. I think I fear a faint sound of hooves from the direction Jigang was glancing in. So this is what you've chosen. Yes, the exams she's taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my heart, as you have decided to follow yours. Bao Chai smiled sweetly. So now, the fragrance you smell from me. I smell nothing. Shui Bao Chai left the room wordlessly upon hearing his reply. Ooh! Ooh! Imagine the guy you have been crushing on and were in love with just said, I smell nothing. Ooh! A terrible jest Jia Yuanchu plays down to the very last day. Too much time has passed already. I have already given her clan, including Wei, instructions to keep their eyes on the palanquin, as I observed much strangeness from the palanquin bearers. Yet, there are many places one may covertly kidnap the family hierarch. So we have to... Your heart is in a rush. I do not imply that we abandon her to her fate. Look, I have selected a few places on the map with the highest probabilities of their destination. As the time is not on our side, the Heisho packs and your team will have to mobilize separately to explore all possible options. Among the aim I send you toward this place. Indeed, the glorified internment camp of Hongyuan, now shut down. Pingyuan Residential Support Zone. It is policy for Jia Yuanchun and the former Jia Mu pursuit. The policy was indefinitely beyond tabled and the zone closed off as many voiced reluctance to pass it. But I find it hard to believe that Jia Yuanchan could admit defeat so easily. It is a secluded place, perfect for secretly bringing the family hierarch, not to mention the symbolic value it carries. Have some faith in your pupil. You two have taught to the best of your abilities, have you not? I trust she'll be able to fend herself off until our arrival. Yeah, we trained her really, really hard for the entire month. The only reason Jia Xichun would employ such under-table tactics is because she knew that a fair match would not be in her favor. So let us yank the hand from underneath the table and make her regret it. Let's go! Hierarch Rescue Operation. Effective is /IDs. So pretty much all my /IDs are effective, but we will take family hierarch with us.
의뢰인가요? 먼저 준비하고 있을게요.
My peer slashers.
사냥감을 찾은 건가? 화점에 두지.
출발합니다.
드디어 내 차례냐?
출발합니다.
I don't think I have anyone else who slashes. Well, blade lineage, but
소재가 열쇠가
수금할 시간이야.
no Konglu and Malfaust. Not yet, actually. I was waiting until we get the until we get our our season 5 ticket from Refraction Whale Ray, whatever. We hurried ourselves along the winding path of Hongyuan. At first, I thought we might have been able to move faster had Mephistopheles been with us, but walking through the winding irregular paths reminded me why palanquins were a thing in Hongyuan. Already. Upon arrival at the location Jigang... Oh wait, yeah, not season 5, season 6. That pointed us, something emerged from the dark. A figure, no, 4. A small platoon of shadows. Dang it, we're surrounded. Shadows slithered into physical form, lapping their purple serpentine arms at us. Branch of the Heisho pack. They don't belong to the family hierarch. Oi, what now? What do you mean, what now? We can't sit here and waste any precious time. Come on, let's fight our way through the ambush. Ain't that usually my thing to suggest? Fighting's all about morale. Looks like the classes did have some effect. Sinclair's right, we don't have time to waste. Hello, how's the training going? It went well. We crushed it. Refraction Railway doesn't give season 6 guaranteed extraction ticket? Last Refraction Railway gave season 5 guaranteed extraction ticket.
직원들 복장 점검은 다 마치셨습니까? 특히 저번처럼 소매단추에 달랑거리는 채로 제압하는 직원이 보여서는
흐드러지게. 제압 개체가 비틀거리는 게 보이네. 이대로 영영 움직이지 못하게 만들어보자.
Oh my gosh.
그렇지 않은 것.
Show them what for.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
치명적인 한 방이었어.
거의 진압되겠는걸요?
맞아. 여기까지 다 울리지 않았어?
이것이 바로 정보의
RR of the current do give a guaranteed season ID of the current season. Yeah, that's what I was pretty sure about.
일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
Either the game gave me the wrong or you just forgot about but the refraction railway, which means it gives refraction season 5. Yeah, but when we get RR6, we're going to get a season 6 guaranteed. That's what I'm saying.
나갈 수 없어.
Eventually we'll get RR6 and I'm going to wait for that one to see who I get. Oh my god.
모든 죽음은 의미가 없습니다.
That guy hurt.
손실을 극복할 수 있는 방법을 모색해 주세요.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I would rather wait for the season 6 refraction whale raid to come out.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속
I feel like after the princess maker stuff, we're nearing the end of this canto.
완전 과감한 판단이었어요.
연기하듯이 말하지 좀 마시라니까.
그래도 완전 좋은 판단이었던 건 사실이네요.
개체에게 치명적인
God, I can't wait for this canto to be voiced. But KJH say if Ryo should canto on schedule, then we won't have RR6 and another Intervallo. So if canto 9 is delayed, we'll got those two above. Oh, so it's super up in the air, huh? I think I should just dispense Kong Chu and high chance canto 9 will be delayed. I feel like most of the time the cantos get delayed. We also have Arc Knife collab, which I have been saving up for like no one's business, you guys. I have been saving for that canto. Or that collab, excuse me.
아까의 공격으로 인해서 대상에게 많은 피해를 입혔어. 적들이 충분히 나약해졌다는 것.
Trying to stop us. Thinking this will change anything.
양호.
어우, 제대로 꽂혔는데.
확실한 승리였어요. 돌아가면 저번처럼 홈파티라도 할까요?
Season 5 assured. Here we go. This is one that I wanted to use. They gave us this Deca Extraction Guaranteed 3-star ticket. Wait, did I just get 2 3-stars? I love that for me. I got 2 3-star IDs. Manager Lamunchies and Rodion. I love that for me. Hang on, let's see what achievements from this mirror dungeon give you. Do they give you a guaranteed Deca Extraction Season 6 ID ticket? I don't know if they do. I'm just gonna dispense Kongchu and Moused. Might as well. Let's see. I still need Yi Song, who I'll probably dispense his soon. Let's see. I need a lot. 150. We'll start with 150 for Hong. And then we'll do 40 for Hong. And then 1 for Hong. Yes. 150 for Faust. Ma'am, am I get half of those? Sweet. Let's quickly dispense those two real quick. Lord of Hong Yuan. And Heisho Pack Mouse. Mirror Dungeon do have meta. Funny, my Rupture team just became very good with Lord of Hong Yuan, Hong Lu. I forgot. Is C. Branch Gregor season 6 or 5? He is. He's a season 6. God, my rupture squad just got like extremely good. Also, guys, we will read these character stories at a later time. Right now, we're trying to finish up the Intervallo. Is Mouse still just as broken, or did they nerf her? You're missing Uma song. Oh, funny enough, I gotta dispense him. She's broken with Kong Lu skill 3. No, changed Malfaust kit. Okay. I won't worry about thread spinning them just yet to 4 then. Answer me, hey Showpax.
너희의 추구는 지금 몹시도
Story Malfaust on par with Kong Lu. Mouse? Oh my god, I'm gonna enjoy reading that later. Uptype 4 Kong Lu and Malfaust? Okay, hey Showpack. Let's go with Tears of Tarnished Blood. Dimension Shredder and Lasso together. Okay. That should make these fights even easier. We'll run the entire Heisho pack, or as much of the Heishos as I have. And then we'll run Sync.
화점에 두지.
출발합니다.
사냥감을
드디어 내
소재
수금할 시간이야.
이것 참 설레는구려.
Limbus fan still waiting for Aleph Ego. Stop. You have no idea how much I want Aleph Ego.
지역 진입 확인했어.
2 power counters, let's go.
양호합니다.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
I want a power counter so bad. Dude, Kong Lu's animations are gorgeous.
방금 공격은 좋았어.
이번에야말로
이대로만 계속해보면
이
좋을
싸움을
텐데 내 앞을
끝내주겠어.
막을 자는 없어.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살리게 보내지 마라.
Jesus.
토끼를 본다.
효율적인 대처로
So
도려내라.
this is essentially what happens when Kong or Hong Lu ends up taking the bad ending.
공격 능력
약점을 잘
평가
찌른 것 같네요.
양호.
제대로 꽂혔는데.
Kong Lu, the skill 3 merchant, has joined another miniature.
우리 쪽에 유리한 환경이 되었네. 잘 됐다.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아. 불쌍하게 울고.
It's funny because Heishodis and Heishoshu are not as good because they were Intervallo IDs. Rip. Ooh, space. Ooh. Such a busted ID.
토끼를 보내라. 넌 푸름을 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Oh, wait, no?
이제 깨우치시길. 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한
I love
능력을
it.
갖추고 있다고. 제가 늘
I love
말씀드렸죠.
it so much.
저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어. 틈을 끊어.
아, 완전 과감한 판단이었어요.
중계하듯이 말하지 좀 마시라니까.
Do y'all think we are ever going to get Farm Watch?
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I know the reason why we haven't gotten Farm Watch. But do y'all think we will ever get far
몬스터들의
much?
체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
The combo animations are pretty good. Rooster Claire combo was fire. Just the fact he has so many combo animations with each of his Heisho packs.
이제 끝내지.
Alright, don't forget to claim your Rooster Claire. Yes.
뭐든지 하나씩 줄여가면서 시작하는 거지.
흑수미.
누님도
김밥
술병을
집중.
하나씩만 비우면 참 좋을 텐데 말이죠.
토마토노 이제 깨우치시길.
치명적인 한 방이었어.
거의 진압되겠는걸요?
맞아. 여기까지 다 울리지 않았어?
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
숨통 끊기.
Oh yeah, Konglu counter can make another Heisho retreat if Xichun joined the battle via other Heisho. Send out, she can immediately use her enhance S1, S3, then her skill can choose 2, 3 skill 1 and 1. Of Heishos and Konglu now trying to get jet streams, I mean thumb capo
내가 있는
mersaults.
곳까지 흔들리던데.
네,
흑수미.
완벽한 돌입이었어요.
김밥집
Brazilian man.
이제 깨우치시길.
Brazilian mersault. The best Brazilian mersault.
길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
야음을 듣자.
Excuse me, guys. The first thing I noticed upon entering the room was that it was hot and muggy with the heat of battle. Who's that? Oh god, is that Wei? A bloodied beast rises ponderously from behind it. Its gaze to meet ours. Wait, Wei, hold on his eyes. Something's definitely off. He's not looking at us. Rodeo cuts off abruptly, having noticed something doesn't feel right. So Yi Song is Wei? That's our Wei ID? Away with you. The hooves intermittently kick the ground with anticipation and aggression. What happened here? Did the Heisho make it into the exam hall? Limbless snakes, dare trespass. Your hideous coils will crush them to mulch under my hooves. You're Wei, right? He's completely lost it. I'll ground your filthy scales to dust. Holy frick. I mean, we got Wei Song and Xichun male splash art. Yeah, I knew Wei was coming. I didn't realize that the ID, the Yi Song ID, was going to be Wei. Frick, that's awesome.
시비수에게 명한다.
Uh-oh.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Wei, I'm gonna need you to chill out.
토끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
술 맛을 돋보여준 좋은 공격이었어.
공격은 좋았어.
Ooh,
길을
이대로만
열라.
계속해보면
I love
좋을
that all of the
텐데.
Heisho have a different combo with him.
참고로
Uma's song enhances S3, can make Xichun male use her S3 too. Interesting.
육참.
I mean, they did say that Wei was part of the Heisho, so it makes sense.
이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
낙인을
새겨드리죠.
He is can't a we adapt for a reason.
이번에
저희에게 유리한 상황입니다.
이 싸움을
이대로
끝내주겠어.
승리까지 이끌어가 보도록 하죠.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Bro, why did autocorrect put can't? You can borrow support. Other properly set UMA. Oh, okay. That might be helpful because I'm not sure if I can win this.
지 목을 떨궈주마.
Ow. God, why does his sanity keep going up? Oh, she's so getting hit.
혹시 할 수 없다고 생각하는 직원이 보인다면 나한테 말해줄래?
헤어내리.
Imagine Kim but horse.
잠깐만 기다려봐.
Oh, the sinking mechanic. So he actually is a negative ID or negative clasher.
지 목을 떨궈주마.
Excuse me, a negative coin. Oh my god. Wait, is he?
너희 중에 부상 인원이 생긴 것 같은데?
공세에서 벗어날 수 있게 적의 주의를 분산시켜보죠. 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어!
내가 죽어.
폭격이라도 있었던 거야?
전방위적인 피해입니다. 우선 엄폐를. 와, 방금 건 엄청
Oh my
고통스러웠겠다.
god.
그 고통과 미움을
He
똑같이
just
적에게
steamrolled through
돌려줘볼까?
my entire team and you guys said sinking doesn't work?
예전부터 한 번에 되는 일이 없었지. 대관원을 나선 이후부터 언제나 줄고. 그러니 될 때까지 피를 흘리고 치고 박으면 그만이다. 나의 도끼는 차고 넘치니까.
Former or not, an adept is still an adept. Okay.
군주가 흑수.
의로움을 세우기 위해
이제야
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
The ever so humble fluid
명을
sac
받듭니다.
super bia.
훌륭한 미끼 될 수 있어. 그러든가.
Super bina.
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
의뢰인가요? 먼저 준비하고 있을게요.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
Well, let's hope that the Honglu Heishio pack carry me through this.
장치에 긍정적인 알림이 들어왔어요.
그런 기계 안 들여다봐도 딱
흰색이
보이네. 너희 완전 기세 등등이다.
내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
Alright, let's do this.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Answer me. Hey, Shopak.
방금 공격은 좋았어.
도련의
이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
물넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했던
길을 열어.
Oh, such a cool. I just love how he has interactions with all the Heisho.
제대로 꽂혔는데.
Half of rupture like cassette would bleed. Cassette tape.
자! 숨통 끊기. 시원하네. 아, 술맛을 돋궈주는 좋은 공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
Horse vs horse. This is truly on Uma Company.
자, 출발해 볼까요?
어우, 여기는 답답한데. 나도 나가서 싸우면 안 되나?
계약대로 하자고요.
시간 끌 것 없이
시비수에게 명한다.
모조리
이 앞에
지워버리죠.
숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려 보내지 마라.
Uma Company. Still annoying.
틈을 끊어. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Chat, I got a rusty coin ego gift in MD. Are the bosses cooked? What does rusty coin do?
아, 저런 건 그냥 쓱싹쓱싹 하면 끝이라고. 편하게 해.
Can I use fluid? No, not yet.
그렇게 말하시면 어떡해요?
Dang, I can't ID. If the single coin skill doesn't kill reuse it, this can enable a lot of things. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. He gets so many coin rolls that if he just gets a couple, we're done for. That's ridiculous.
무엄하군.
와,
If he just wins like 2,
그 고통과 미움을 똑같이 적에게 돌려줘 볼까?
if he gets like literally, if he wins 1, we're done for.
역설적인 걸 싫어하는 건 아니지만 그다지 유쾌하진 않군.
피를 머금을 시간이네. 장치에 긍정적인 알림이 들어왔어요.
그런 기계 안 들여다봐도 딱
행색이
보이네. 너희 완전 기세 등등이다.
내가 맞서. 내가
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
흑수묘 뒷박질 준비.
Wei was the hardest fight in the intro. That being said, nothing a few sacrifices can't fix. Intervallo.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
It's just because he has 4 coins, so you're expected to win. Like, if you fail 1 coin roll, you're done for, just like that. Like, he gets to roll 4 freaking times, and if he gets one tails, you lose. Or if you get 1 tails, you lose. Oh my god.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
This guy's so easy if you win the early clashes. I believe that. I believe that. You gotta win the early clashes though.
딱 보이네. 너희 완전 기세 등등이다.
내가 맞서
Super Bina.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던
자,
호위
어느 쪽일지
이상.
잘 생각해보라고.
Ridiculous. Actually a ridiculous fight. Okay. Kong Lu fumbled that? No, the problem comes from the fact that this guy has literally 4 freaking coins you have to clash through. 1 tails on your part and you lose. If you get 1 tails out of 4 coins, you lose.
응원도 결국은 나약한 자들이나 듣고 싶어하는 위안일 뿐입니다. 정보팀은 조금 더 가치 있는 걸 추구하는 부서 아니겠습니까?
헤어내리.
Oh, I have the wrong Yi song.
도리어 사냥당한다니. 역설적인 걸 싫어하는 건 아니지만 그다지 유쾌하진 않군.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
Oh my god.
우리 쪽에 유리한 환경이 되었네. 잘 됐다.
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
숨통 끊기.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군. 이것이 바로
이
정보의
전투는
힘입니다.
승리할 거예요.
아이, 저런 건 그냥 쓱싹쓱싹 하면 끝이라고.
Oh my god.
편하게 해.
자기 일 아니라고 그렇게 말하시면 어떡해요.
Well, I gotta pray.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 사이를 보내지 마라.
See what I mean though? You literally roll one tails and you lose. If you roll one tails, you lose.
도리어 사냥당한다니. 역설적인 걸 싫어하는 건 아니지만 그다지 유쾌하진 않군.
필두, 출진.
And I forgot to take Yisang again.
응원도 결국은 나약한 자들이나 듣고 싶어하는 위안일 뿐입니다. 정보팀은 조금 더 가치 있는 걸 추구하는 부서 아니겠습니까?
베레사는 범인이었던 지난날과 다를 바가 무엇인지.
Literally fluid sack Faust. I mean, I'm gonna guess you probably got a lot of pretty decent, at least, luck to get good coin flips.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
흑수묘 뒷박질춤.
말로 받아내라.
Is your fluid sack ID uptight? Yes. It is one of the best ones in the game, so of course I would uptie that one.
공격 능력 평가?
Plug squared maybe 4 hours in. I'm very focused on defeating this man right now. And you roll one tails. Oh my god, he somehow didn't, thank god.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
That almost got bad. Bamboo Kim, is that you? You can speed up ego. Yes, that much I do know. I know that trick. Let's representation. Let's representation emitter. I can't lose these first clashes.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Faust knows all outcomes. Heal my sanity. And he got one tail, so now he gets to win. And I got 2 tails, so now he gets to win. And he got 1 tail, so now he gets to win. Suddenly, all of my hard work right down the drain.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네. 그렇지? 잠시만, 볼륨 좀 확인해 볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
자,
That's the thing with negative
어떻게 잘 생각해보라고.
and two tails. That's the thing with negative high power coins. If you reduce the coin count, now all my people are staggered.
그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
예전부터 한 번에 되는 일이 없었지. 대관원을 나선 이후부터 언제나 줄고. 그러니 될 때까지 피를 흘려.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
This is a horrible fight.
저희에게 유리한 상황입니다. 이대로 승리까지 이끌어가 보도록 하죠.
그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여. 일기당천.
Tarnished blood ego for damage? But what about the fluid sac start?
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Might as well super Bia and Morositas.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
I mean, oh wait, yeah, we are allowed to use two now. I forgot.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Oh yay. What fun it is to ride and see.
성과를 내지 못했는가? 이래서야 아시의 이상이
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
장치에 긍정적인 알림이 들어왔어요.
그런 기계 안 들여다봐도
흰색이
딱 보이네.
이상하다.
너희 완전 기세 등등이다.
내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
None of that. No more of your busted way moves. Get out of the way. Super Urbina! Good night, Tomato. Holy God.
개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린
Most
먹다리
frustrating fight I've ever had to do.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군요. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
I think Heisho Gregor might be bad.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의 시작이네. 그렇지? 잠시만 볼륨 좀 확인해 볼게. 대답 소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
불가
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에서
Do you use Sinclair? Every now and then. Heresy detected. Dude, I have not seen Heisho Gregor do anything for me. I think Morositas might have made this fight way easier for me. Heisho Gregor ain't bad. You need to get your IDs to Uptie 4 because they require Uptie 4. Oh, he's at 45 sanity, finally. This bodes well for us.
자, 출발해 볼까요?
어우, 여기는 답답한데.
We can fight back.
싸우면 안 돼요?
잘 생각해보라고.
계약대로 하자고요, 언니.
Or else he does.
틈을 끊어.
시원하네. 아, 술 맛을 돋궈주는 좋은 공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
Oh, ah.
치명상을 입은 직원이
We lost one clash.
말하는 거지만 모든 죽음은 의미가
And my entire, and like most of my team just died.
방금 공격은 좋았어.
모색해 준
이대로만
너의
계속해보면 좋을
쓸모를
텐데.
보여라.
일기당천.
말로 받아내라. 저 해충들을 도려내.
Ooh, is his the S3 one? Tarnished Blood. You know, we have buffed Xichun so much she can solo Lei Hang without Moro Citas.
능력 평가? 양호?
Well, she is a family hierarch at this point. But why Tarnished Blood?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
직원 중 앞으로 남은 시간이 얼마 없어 보이는 자가 있습니다. 저희로선
Oh, I didn't
기다리는
take
건
Tarnished
할수
Blood with
있는
me.
일이
Oops.
없군요.
I'm trolling.
벌레가 스스로 끊어지거나 끊어내거나 둘 중 하나일 테니. 이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
뭐
Two more people died?
뭐 땅이 무너지는 소리 났는데.
출력 감지기가 순간적으로 과부하가 걸렸네요. 괜찮으시려나요?
직원 중 하나의 생체 반응이 사라졌습니다. 앞으로 관리자님이 겪게 될 사소한 것 중 하나에 불과하며 그들 역시 입사했을 때부터 각오하던 일이죠.
잘근잘근 씹어버리겠네.
지나온 길을 생각하면 이 또한 내가 걸어야만 하는.
Wow. Don Quixote just did well. Just hope for Malfaust damage. Wei song is really tanky. He was able to endure all of that. I think I did lose Konglu though.
불끈한 지원일 뿐.
아군 사상자가
Yeah, I
누적되는
did.
건
Frick.
쉽지 않은 징조네요.
다시 살아난다고 너무 해이해지지 말라니까.
잘근잘근 씹어버리겠네. 이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Way do AoE. Way. Allez. Using assist guard charges up. The thing need to do are S3 too. Oh, thank God he staggered.
저희가 우세한 상황. 이미 매뉴얼을 대여섯 번은 어긴 직원들도 보이는데 이 책임은 다음에 묻도록 하죠.
Oh, please tell me we're almost done with this fight.
사망 위험에 노출되어 있는 직원이 있습니다. 집중을 부탁드리겠습니다.
잘근잘근 씹어버리겠네.
Konglu's DPS? I do know that. I did fail, however.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
I feel like he keeps on evolving into a bigger Hans.
얼마든지
Oh, that's his S3 too.
내 앞을 달리시오.
Crimson Spring.
능히 그리할 수 있어.
Oh, because of Wei. Wait a minute. Wei. Not enough damage. Yes. We need way more damage.
직원 중 앞으로 남은 시간이 얼마 없어 보이는 자가 있습니다. 저희로선 기다리는 건 외엔 할 수 있는 일이 없군요. 위야, 굴레가 스스로 끊어지거나 끊어내거나 둘 중 하나일 테니. 틈을 끊어.
Salut. Oh, yeah. Salut. Now what? Uh-oh. That's some more people dead.
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를
Oh my god, that was my entire team.
그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수
No.
없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
Right at the very end of the fight, too. You can't win.
직원 중 하나의 생체 반응이 사라졌습니다. 앞으로 관리자님이 겪게 될 사소한 것 중 하나에 불과하며 그들 역시 입사했을 때부터
I think I
각오하던
made
일이죠.
it. I think I needed to clash with that yellow and I would have won.
성과를 내지.
But I wasn't paying enough attention.
이래서야 아시의 이상에 다다르기 위해 몇 해가 필요해.
해오던
Holy frick.
됐다.
Did no one else get gated by this?
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에
이상.
놓여 있게 되었어요.
행색이
관리자님이
이상하다.
이 기회를 잘 활용하길
여기도
기다리겠습니다.
내가
기계는
맞서
언제나 기다리는
내가.
운명이니까요.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
말로 받아내라.
I had to pull off some gambles towards the end.
조련해.
술맛을 돋궈주는 좋은 공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네.
We were so close to winning too.
올바른 방법으로 캐치에게 일격을 가해.
길을 열어라.
이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
공격 능력 평가? 양호.
어우, 제대로
이
꽂혔는데.
전투는 승리할 거예요.
Burn Team Yisung SP Restore. I don't even know what that team is. Xichun meal instead of Cochlear. I'm using Xichun mail.
부상 없이 나오는 게 최고야. 알지?
당신들은
일기당시.
시리수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자.
S3 Malfow. The healing doesn't help because you get stagger anyway. Liu Yisong restores SP each turn as long as you have 4 Wrath, and Wrath is very common on Burn. Oh, okay.
불끈을 지원했군.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
Oh, thank God.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
That was such a hard go. But for a Heisho team, it helps activate their defense skills and enhance
어떤
the team.
시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을진 몰라도 그때를 위해서 미리 응원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아 이런, 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리죠.
Kim Bamboo with more health and tremor. Heath and tremor. Of course, this info tidbit might be a little hard for those that constantly P plus enter. Hey, don't knock auto battle because auto battle is one of the best battles.
숨통 끊기.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의
Okay.
시작이네. 그렇지? 잠시만.
Now we should be in a lot better
대답
business.
소리가 잘 들리지 않아서.
Auto battles like your friend. In easy battles, you slay together. In hard battles, it stands at the side, engaging in shot and fight off your suffering. I don't know. I think we're finally actually doing it. Oh my gosh. It's alright. I just stink at this game.
사망 위험에 노출되어 있는 직원이 있습니다. 집중을 부탁드리겠습니다.
시간 끌 것 없이
Kang Lu is gonna die because of low health? I didn't see any low health on him. He has max health right now.
하나 넘고 셋 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지
Kang Lu has revive mechanic even if he gets low.
내
No.
앞을 달리시오.
No.
아시다면 능히 그리할 수 있어.
불끈을 지원할 뿐.
Dang way. You gotta chill way the heck out.
겹겹의
우리가
중
우세를 점하고 있어. 하지만
뚫어보이겠어.
여기서 방심하면 안 돼. 지휘팀이라면 완벽하고 빈틈없이 모든 걸 끝마쳐야 하지 않겠어?
자,
I don't want to have any chance of losing that clash. So we are EINGOing.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요. 직원 중 앞으로 남은 시간이 얼마 없어 보이는 자가 있습니다. 저희로선 기다리는 건 외엔 할 수 있는 일이 없군요. 굴레가 스스로 끊어지거나 끊어내거나 둘 중 하나일 테니. 불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고
Staggered! Now answer me, hey Shopak.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
He got moused to answer him.
묘여. 길을 열어라.
Lord Lu.
돼 보이는데 지금이 기회겠어요.
아, 그러게 완전 초상집이다.
흑수묘 뒷박질 춤.
If you put Faust during choosing Kong Lu, it will always choose.
친히 목을 떨궈 주.
Faust during skill 3. Interesting.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
괜찮아. 여기 내 수첩에
자,
모든 상황에 대해
어느
어떻게
쪽인지
대처하면
잘
좋을지 다 쓰여져
생각해보라고.
있어. 어쩌면 불가피한 희생이 나와야 할지도 모르겠다.
이제 깨우치시게.
Oh, finally. Awful. Ugh. Hey, are you alright? My lady, she's in there. Please, you must. Listen, buddy, you're not good. That nasty wound Lei Hung gave you is bleeding in. Jia Xichun's Heisha will be here soon. Stay and wait for their arrival. Don't you worry about a thing, Mr. Wei. It's going to be okay. Totally. Did you forget about who taught her? If only she hadn't chosen me then. She could have achieved such heights. She could have risen much higher than where she stands. Wei's eyes shook restlessly, lost in the streams of past. Don't you know this already, Mr. Wei? Xichun became a hierarch to transform Hongyan into a nest that serves its lowest. In this encounter, when this unit takes damage that breaks, nullify the damage. Ooh, the master. Aww.
한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이. 그러니
Oh, it's a fight for with Xichun. It was you? Your big sister Yonshun's final exam? If you're gonna end me anyway, why didn't you tell me from the didn't you just take me out from the get-go instead of wasting all my time? I would have deemed the hours spent in joy at waste. Would you? Well, I'm not even surprised. Dangguanyan's full of backstabbers anyways. Do not ever trust anyone who approaches you first. It is a saying that have saved a lot of people in Hongyuan and the city. Normally, those people wait until their guard is down to strike. You had plenty of opportunities to end me during classes. I gotta say, I forgot a bit of my edge when I was swinging those sticks. The one who hired me handed me, along with payment, a silken bag of dried wolfsbane powders. So you were hired to poison me. Why didn't you? Huh. Why would I use that to claim my pupil's life when I could pay off my tab and buy me a few bottles of quality at the local Kezin, which I did. They're precious enough to sustain 3 generations of family. What? My life has thus far been rivers of footpaths, driving hither and thither as the currents took, a meaningless life of having gained nor left behind nothing. Won't you know it? This kid who'd become the next hierarch, for the first time in the history of family hierarchs I'd seen, refused the true master of Hongyuan. Those with the vision of future for those in Hongyuan would grip the land as though it belonged to them. And Hongyuan, trapped in the grasp of a series of intrepid individuals, grew dark and suffocating. The other people who initially seemed to have been included in lessons nothing more as extra may as well have forced the lessons out of me. And after a while frolicking and bumbling, hierarch and a particularly nasty pupil, it seems that I shared all that I know with the both of you. Hey, despite the present circumstance, my lessons have all been without a speck of falsehood. Come then. Never once have I taught a pupil who would fall in such a place. And if you do, I don't suppose you were a pupil of mine anyway. Oh, dang. That guy basically just said, I respect you, in less words. And we trained our little sister very well. Oh my gosh, she's crushing him. Ego skill, nullify the death and it's after, instead heals 60 HP.
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
그림자가 그들을 덮었습니다. 청소부가
Hierarch
다녀가고
rescue.
날이 밝으면 죽은 자의 흔적을 찾으려는
Operation
자들이라도
3.
아무것도 알 수 없을 것입니다. 볕이 들면 그림자는 거두어지므로.
시험해볼 기회구려.
자, 출발해 볼까요?
어우, 여기는 답답한데. 흑수며
나도 나가서
뒷박질
싸우면 안 되나?
계약대로 하자고요, 누님.
The Limbus scientists were working so hard trying to figure the best combos with the dang passive to Konglu drop with a no-die passive.
어우, 제대로 꽂혔는데. 도끼, 저 해충들을 도려내라.
God, there's so many she
네
snakes.
목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 있다. 적을
나만
물어뜯고
믿고 답에
너의
집중해줘.
쓸모를 보여라.
Wait, did
도움이
someone
될 수
just
있을 거야.
die?
불가 위야
12수에게 나왔다.
막아내지 못할
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자. 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 친히 목을 떨궈주마.
제압 개체의 상태가 좋지 않습니다. 제대로 된 일격만 가한다면 효율적인 효과를 이끌어낼 수 있겠죠.
시간 끌 것 없이
토끼를 보내라.
모조리 치워버려.
효율적인 Answer me, Heisho.
뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말따위 쉽게 하지
올바른
않아요.
방법으로 개체에게 일격을
I
사용하는
carve the path of a lord.
바로 정보의 힘입니다.
Tears of tarnished blood.
술맛을 돋궈주는
이
좋은
몸을
공격이었어.
온단히 벌하시네. 약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요. 기꺼이 죄를 받아.
I don't even know how Tears of tarnished blood even works.
모험하군.
폭격이라도 있었던 거야?
쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
전방위적인 피해입니다. 우선 엄폐를.
방금 있었던 공격이 너무 컸던 것 같은데.
시간 끌 것 없이
복구할 만한 장비가 있으실지
모조리
모르겠네요.
치워버리죠.
그런 건 그냥 침바람에
틈을 끊어 바로 이용하군요.
치명적인 한 방이었어.
거의 진압되게 된 걸요.
맞아.
Now, like you live longer, I'm pretty sure I won the fight. Death is destined. And there will be no healing, and will only nullify damage. That's Richard. I mean,
공격은 좋았어.
I think when it comes to revive function, like usually people call things that bring you down to 1 HP an endure function. But you can also consider it to also be a revive mechanic. It's all just like technicality of words, right?
전력을 다시 정비해 보는 게 좋겠는데.
헤어내리. 불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
몸을 치울 수도 없겠구나.
궁금한 것이.
But again, endure versus revive. Many games have differences between the two.
큰 피해를 입었군요.
God, these freaking
그러나
she
아시다시피
or
우리는
C
앞으로 나아가기만 할
hack
뿐
is really
돌이킬 수 없어진
annoying.
것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
고귀하게.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
치명상을 입은 직원이 있군요. 매일 말하는 것은 모든 죽음은 의미가
출력
없습니다.
감지기가 순간적으로
손실을
과부하가
극복할 수
걸렸네요.
있는 방법을 모색해야
너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Did my girl already? Did my Rodia come out and immediately die? Answer me. Hey, Shopak.
없겠구나.
Lonesome stand sacrifice? Oh, is that if no Heisho answers him, basically?
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제든 좋았으니 옳은 말만 한답니다.
Salut. What? Yeah. Oh. Salut.
깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 적절났다고. 깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 적절났다고.
타겟 무력화 확인.
공적을 인사과에 보고해두겠습니다.
And tears of tarnished blood. Never mind.
푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Tears of tarnished blood.
상념으로 맑은 하늘 가리고 이 한 몸 바쳐 땅으로 모든 피 쏟아내리리. 피가 아무리 탁해졌다 한들
개체들의 체력이
Can you
많이
only use tears of tarnished blood
강화하는
once?
게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
훌륭하군요. 무상한 목숨. 불끄덕 지원했군.
He can do 3 times per encounter. That seems a little busted. What does that mean?
핏물진 길을
Replay? Oh, you can replay that one.
세월이
Okay.
지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것. 좋아, 구조는 파악했어. 꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면 꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만
Little sister is better than that. Sir. You.
전부 본다고.
We made a really strong little sister. Jeez, she's crushing him.
더 이상 두렵지 않아. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아. 이게 그거지? 잭팟!
Drunken palm, more like staggered palm. Xichun! Now that's impressively sneaky. So they're not beasts of Hongyuan for nothing. They just had to get between me and my pupil's spar. Master, wait, you've been working for Jia Xichun the whole time? Haven't you long enough to tell? Brief as our acquaintance may be, my service is to no one but the bottle. To have all 12 masters squeeze into battle when things were just starting to get interesting is quite discourteous, don't you think? Yes, and a master stabbing his pupil in the back isn't? Just as Sinclair and Night Drifter are locked in argument. The Heisho beasts who followed us into the room swing their purple arms at Jia Xichun without a moment. The slithering serpent arm, which suddenly extended into considerable length. Haven't I already given you due complaint, my friends? We're stopped from Jia Xichun's neck by the Night Drifter's arm, biting him instead. That's one potent venom. I can feel it spreading through my veins. Listen here, snakes. Haven't I done you courtesy enough? Go back to your holes. I'll even given you the excuse you could give your lord. Say that you had to withdraw, as the Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm got in your way. least they're the same client. Might as well let me take the blame for all the failure. But the haste show stood their ground. Fine. I didn't think you'd listen to someone who doesn't even hold your lease. Oh, too bad. So that was, well, I suppose this should make it a fair fight with all our teachers being here and all. You. I don't recall you ever teaching you to make that face in front of an enemy. Fine. It's not like stopping one attack makes you our ally. At least one of my pupils knows what she's talking about. Perhaps I shall open myself a humble Wuguan here in Hangyan once this contract is over.
우리 쪽에 유리한 환경이 되었네. 잘 됐다.
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
This is terrible in comparison. Okay, let's go with this. Oh, we have Jia Xichun as well. And if we built, oh my god, we built a very strong Jia Xichun. We built a strong little sister.
말로 받아내라.
방금
저
공격은
해충들을
좋았어.
도려내라.
이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
We built the strongest little sister. I carved the path of a lord.
이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
공격 능력 평가? 양호.
어우, 제대로 꽂혔는데.
MD loadout for this fight. She picked up a bunch of ego gifts out of Mephistopheles and went.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
Wait a minute. We have she. You know, I wonder how Xichun would feel about seeing she-male on the battlefield. I feel like she'd be like, wait a second.
개체의 상태가 좋지 않아 보여. 이 틈을 파고들어서 완벽하게 제압시켜보자.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Let Xichun clash? Oh shoot. I should have probably let her clash, yeah.
하나
Oopsies.
넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Now Malfaust is gonna get hit really hard.
과연
Go, little sister.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Dang, little sister Mayel is crazy. Puncture.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로
Oh my god, he's getting stronger.
따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
Go, little sister. Oh, she did the thing. She did the plastered sleep attack.
아직 죽지 마라.
Tarnished blood. Absolute. Frick.
와, 방금 건 엄청
Goodbye.
고통스러웠겠다. 그 고통과 미움을
Waesong.
내게 돌려줘 볼까?
땅이 무너지는 소리가 났는데.
출력
적을
감지기가
물어뜯고
순간적으로
너의
과부하가
쓸모를
걸렸네요.
보여라.
괜찮으시려나요?
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
직원 중 하나가 큰 피해를 입었군요. 그러나 아시다시피 우리는 앞으로 나아가기만 할 뿐 돌이킬 수 없어진 것은 눈길을 주지 않아도 된답니다.
This is also a minorly annoying fight. And Mouse is dead.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
아군 사상자가 누적되는 건
너의 쓸모를
좋지
보여라.
않은 징조네요.
다시 살아난다고 너무 해이해지지 말라니까.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 지워버리자. 잠시 망설인 것 뿐일세.
Plastered sleep. Unrestrained.
마지막은
Yeah. You know, that is the only reason why we're gonna win this fight. Plastered sleep unrestrained.
폭격이라도 있었던 거야?
Go to Pathos Mythos.
여행엔
The Odyssey had a
목적이
purpose. Kaboom.
모자라.
치명상을 입은 직원이 있군요. 매일 말하는 거지만 모든 죽음은 의미가 없습니다. 손실을 극복할 수 있는 방법을 모색해 주세요.
적을
인력의 손실이
너의
발생했습니다.
쓸모를 보여라.
실책을 따지기엔 상황이 좋지 않으니 서둘러
뒷박질
가보죠.
좀.
Go for the damage. Go for the stagger. Oh my god. The stagger is impossible with him.
진짜.
모험하고
Now, Tears of Tarnished Blood should trigger here soon. Here it is.
상념으로 맑은 하늘 가리고 이 한 몸 바쳐 땅으로 모든 피 쏟아내리리. 이깟 더러운 피에 무릎 꿇을 소냐.
직원 중 하나의 생체 반응이 사라졌습니다.
싸움을 끝내주겠어.
앞으로 관리자님이 겪게 될 사소한 것 중 하나에 불과하며 그들 역시 입사했을 때부터 각오하던 일이죠.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아. 이래서 걱정만 가지게 되는 꼴인데.
Come on, little sister.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
This might stagger him, thank God.
좋아.
Yes.
하나구만.
He was certainly a powerful foe, despite the casual way which he carried himself. We'd already experienced a hint of his strength when he invaded our room during the Hierarch War. There are slithering noises coming from above. More Heisho. We can't fight him and Sea Branch at the same time, but if we try to create distance between us where the Sea Branch are waiting to strike, Night Drifter will definitely experience that opening. Is it really hard to recall your training outside our lessons? Remember that your gaze is form as well. Your enemies will take notice if you don't stop eyeing at the door like a novice. See, the snakes have already mobilized to close off the exit. You're stalling until the Heisho packs of the family hierarch arrive. Your strategies are plain as day. I see, that's why. These snakes are so impatient to complete their deed. The Night Drifter produced a tree branch and quickly cast it toward the doorway behind which the Heisho were gathered. And with a thwack, the heavy rooftop atop the large door instantly crumbled, burying it, blocking up the stakes from opening. It was as though it hid an invisible weakness of brickwork. I thought I'd given you snakes enough warning to head back. What are you doing? Why? The bumbling hierarch's promise to bring real change to Hangyuan has given rise to a certain intrusive thought that was put to sleep long ago. Once upon a time, a blade fiend of the famous syndicate earned himself the hollow honor of joining the 10 Blades of the East. Yet what use is that if he could not prevent a little girl from passing on before her old man on a restructuring day? The world averted its gaze from me, so I looked away and returned. Leaving behind my rooms, my steel, I picked up a simple tree branch as my sole companion. When I abandoned both my honor and name, all that remained was a life of living for the sake of living. And I believe the fate would doubtless come for a rotten land of Hangyuan as well, just as it had for this useless trunk. Yet, doubt reared its head for the first time. It is the rooster's cry that signals the night end. Do you see? The sun rises even in Hangyuan. Listen well, for your final lesson begins. Another 10 blades confirmed. Yes. Keep the venom within and let it not leave your tongue. Emptiness of form, one who aimed to bring change to these lands, must do so with a knowledge of curmudgeons too logged in wicked traditions to see a better path. Emptiness of mind in Hangyuan, a land where even the sky lies out of sight. Do not let your mind be too transparent. Do not let the Heisho stray from your presence again, not even for a moment. Rule of fear is a detestable thing indeed. Yet you will gain nothing by appearing like an easy mark. Yes, master. Then do what you must. It won't be very becoming of the hierarch to let live a fellow assassin who dared to make another attempt at her life. Jia Xichun wordlessly tightened the grip around her weapon. Very good. Emptiness makes for such a pleasant sight. The Night Drifter grinned, having caught the encroaching scent of death. Oh, she's gonna end him. Once and for all. Crimson Spring, 5th form. Bro not gonna get to Canto 9. Bro died from liver cancer. The night drifter stumbled. He smelled a pungent, bigger wine. When the unsieved dregs of old, cloud wine settle and bitter life is left behind. The clear, crisp waters, twinkling under the sun's epicity.
또 한 줄.
Easy clear. That was awful. Holy God, I thought I was gonna live. I thought I was gonna lose.
세월이 지나면
The incident was quickly swept under the rug as independent actions of an anonymous, unaffiliated assassin known as the Night Drifter. As he was not registered with any kind of life insurance, his body was buried among the many unnamed graves of Hong Yuan. I hear there was a rather unsavory incident. I must say it is fortunate that no important blood was spilled during it. A nameless, faceless man infiltrating the living quarters of Da Guanyan. I can only be glad that he deserved a fate. Anyone who was at the site could attest to the fact that my guests and I were assaulted by Heisho Sea Branch as well. If anyone's going to be held responsible, don't you agree that the blame should fall squarely on whoever decided to send snakes to a particular location at the specific time? Big Sister Yonshin? Is that so? Yet they testified that the presence was only to eliminate the Drifter of the Night who dared sneak into Da Guanyan. Earlier than your own Heisho pack even. Yeah, not only did you get a new master, and your impatience to see my growth asked that same master to harm me, you've certainly outdone yourself, sister. He was nothing more than a boorish executioner of Hong Yuan, who was willing to do anything for money. I hope you won't be blaming your dear sister for the crime that man has committed independently and of his own volition. Xichun, I believe that only reinforces my argument that the people of Da Guanyan aren't the only people here who believe you're terribly out of your depth of the task. At Yuan-shan, I've learned so much thanks to you. Rest assured, I won't forget those lessons. I understand that many of you may be unhappy or frustrated with me, but you know what's an undeniable truth? That I am still a legitimate victor of the family hierarch war. Sure, Big Sister Yonshon might know the details of Hong Yuan's administration for now. She might fill your pockets for now, but in the long run, she does not have Hong Yuan's best interests at heart. Inadequate I may be, but I'm still the chief director here at H Corp, and your dear Big Sister are temporarily visiting outside from Q. As its hierarch, I know exactly what Hong Yuan needs, and I'll give the best of my efforts to bring my vision to land to reality. A place where no one needs to live in fear. A place where one does not need to project fear. Yes, that is my vision for Hong Yuan, for H Corp. I never would have known a month ago that our hierarch had vast ambitions. She's really saying it. Four great houses and I, we rule this land, knew this land like the back of our hands before you even a fetus. Indeed, I can tell. I suppose that's why Da Guanyan's growth never seemed to stop. While more and more people outside it seem to be falling to their deaths from their home with restructuring day. Don't you know the plastic nature of humanity? People will get used to shadows when heavens are shrouded. So if you won't cooperate from us, we will... No, I'm not the one who needs to cooperate. I am the hierarch. Besides, your us is done. Respected members of the board, I believe I have explained my will. Forget about all of your under-the-table deeds and vote with your hearts. You seem very confident, Xichun. In case you don't know, winning these exams has nothing to do with guaranteeing the results of vote of no confidence. Oh yeah? I don't know. At this point, the vote seems like a mere formality to me. On what grounds? Just a hunch. Not that you'd understand. It's true, with how often she's changing the condition of these tests and votes, we can hardly trust her to be consistent. That is indeed a stark contrast with the hierarch, who promised 30 days of return time and met it precisely on the dot. It is clear which one of them should provide more stability for administrative purposes. Thus the vote of no confidence began. I must have misjudged her in the past. She's not petty, she knows when to be serious, and I think that she's got a good grip of gravity of war without being consumed by the fear of it, and she remembered my name. With her eloquence, strategic powers, and boldness, I believe that the current family hierarch is well qualified. I also have faith that she will not treat ill those of lower station. If she's got the handle of how to treat the heart of the smallest child, I believe that she has the capacity to tend to the hearts of those larger as well. While I would be remiss to judge so quickly, she has shown remarkable change and improvement over the short period of time. I say she's someone of rare talent we mustn't lose so easily. Xi Xijing, Xi Huazhen, Wang Zhao, Wang Qingshan. She's been at the center of all kinds of fun, entertaining events in the world as I lost and gained so much of my life. Just think about the amusement she'll bring as the family heart. Even Shui Pan? And even Shui Pan, who shared his sentiments via a letter, voted against the motion. Like I said, mere formality. A state of crisis specifically refers to a situation in which the family hierarch is unable to perform or is affected by serious physical or mental impairment. I am both of sound of mind and body, and I can handle all duties appearing to suit the family hierarch, which means that your services are no longer needed here. Not that they ever were, big sister. Don't you think you've overstayed your welcome by now? Here I was wondering what you were doing with the ragtag group of hat with nobodies like your brother. I suppose you didn't spend the whole month lounging around. Very well. Savor this victory. I understand that it was a significant endeavor for you to attain it. Be on your way home, big sister, and please do watch your health. You have always been a sickly child come winter, haven't you? Remember that the only way is down once you've reached the peak. There goes the perfect opportunity to take control. But our time will come. Hong Yuan without the Shuan Huang worm will fall behind and get crushed. Then, nothing. Bao Yu said that he smells no fragments from me anymore. Don't let that linger on your heart, little Bao Chai. Crawling in the muck alongside the lowly plebeians must have dulled his senses. Am I even useful to you anymore? Bao Yu won't come back. I can't make him come back. I understand that now. At least not come with me to Cupid. Huh? But even my own family has cast me out. What could I do? Have I not given you my word that I can make him return? Suddenly, 1 month, my sister had changed. The strategies of old say that one must stir trouble in the east and strike from the west. Now that trouble has been stirred, they will hardly have the wherewithal to fix their eyes on the goings of Q-Court. When the time comes, your fragrance will spread to H-Court, to Bao Yu. I trust that he will never sit idly by danger when danger threatens Jia Xichun. But I have nothing for a little Bao Chai. Even you are blinded by the shadows cast by your own lamplight. Allow me to illuminate what use you may have for me. Worry not. I'm your only remaining light, after all. You are. Dang! Look at her all dressed up. Given that Mephistopheles still showed no signs, it seemed that we were assigned to various odd jobs, not to mention distortions occurring. We're finally leaving the place for real, huh? Xichun, we'll be heading out soon. Yeah, whatever. Get your butts out of here, please. Don't ever think of coming back. Xichun exaggeratedly waves her hand to make us leave. Hey, if we get the chance, yeah, fat chance. I'm not going to. I'm sure we've had more of fill of each other this lifetime. Besides, I'm too busy to go far for anything anyways. Well, then, if you never need our help, our line's open. Hey, I'm the family hierarch. Who needs help? Who needs that kind of help now? You truly wear authority. Well now, speaking of which, you still have to stay here in Hangguan, don't you? Did you find a place to stay? No, not yet. Why don't you stay here for a little bit? Instead of going out there and risking getting scammed, Yi Hangyuan's open, you know. Ooh, oh my, for all that get out, go away, and don't ever think about coming back. Seems to me you're pretty sad to see us go. Who said that? I'm just extending my generosity, giving you an opportunity to be more efficient. Remember, your last attempt at finding lodging? The whole building melted away. Anyways, I'll let you know that your party is free to enter and leave Dagwanyan whenever you want, so use it if you want. After pelting us with rapid-fire answers, she whipped around and left to join Wei. Oh, verily, to be an educator of another was a task most daunting. Did the lass even teach a proper class? Oh, don't tell me her class consisted of her showing those figurines and forcing the students to sit there through another one, them obscure lore summaries. Well, I sure hope you didn't let Sinclair completely walk all over you. I sure hope Rudia didn't totally get shown up in her area of expertise. That's Oi, smoky lass with a penchant for abbreviation. How'd your classes go? Did you manage to teach him anything, or did you abbreviate your way through the whole lesson? Man, speaking of which, don't think I've seen you smoking in a while. NISF NSIFOK. Yeah, no smoking in front of kids. I remember you saying something about how it's totally against common sense to smoke in front of kids. Speaking of which, you had some awesome tricks up your sleeve, Ryoshu. I never thought you'd do things like that. People learn when there's a need. Ever since the classes began, Ryoshu started looking far off in the distance with an odd expression. Sometimes she'd hum a melody we'd never heard before. Bummer we didn't get to sit in on each other's classes. It would have been nice to see different sides of everyone. We're gonna have to talk about it once we're back. Huh. I really wasn't sure where I could possibly get started. Well, since Xichun's given us opinion, let's head back to Yi Hangyeon. You've seen them off with surprising stoicism, my lady. Haven't you been repeatedly eyeing the departure date on the calendar over and over? Gosh, that's because I couldn't wait to get those freeloaders off my back. Well, now that now that their company has departed, I suppose peace shall reign over Dagwanyan for a while. My lady, I believe you are now prepared to stand alone against whatever trial that comes your way. Yeah, I know. I also know that I'll carry the lessons they taught me in my heart for a long time. Oh, you're still streaming, man. The story has been kind of long. Yeah. This interval was long. Also, guys, I have hit 100,000 lunacy for Arc Knife collab. I have crushed it. I am up to 100,000 lunacies and quite a few summon tickets. Hang on. Wait, I can check right after I do this real quick. May I get some of that lunacy, please? I'm gonna need all of it for Arc Knife. I need all of this for Arknights collab. I have 100k lunacy, 234 summon tickets, and 70 Deca extraction tickets. We're doing good. What was breakfast? I didn't really have breakfast. Your amount needed for Arknights collab? I'd rather overestimate than underestimate. Alright, y'all. That was a pretty fun intervallo. It had honestly everything. It was really well put together, in my opinion. I think that they did a good job of making a fun little mini game to go along with a silly but also important story. We got to see multiple sides of our sinners. I feel like they really did do well to build up to Ryoshu, and I do think that are you getting standard Hugos out of the pull banner? I don't know. I'm just planning on getting the Arknights one for now. And I think that they did a very good job of structuring the story for this one. There was humor, there was good moments between our sinners, and of course there was a lot of development for Jia Xichun. So I was really happy about that. But we've been streaming for a bit, so I want to get this wrapped up so I can rest. I want to thank you guys for being here. You guys are the best part of every single stream, and I greatly appreciate each and every single one of you. Tomorrow I'm playing Dokkan, but it's going to be way later, so please stop by if you'd like to. Otherwise, I hope you all will have a wonderful rest of your day and a wonderful rest of your week. Take care, everyone, and bye-bye for now.